Central Pollution Control Board decided that as a part of the agreement, the presentation given by India in COP27 and G20 summits, India have committed to take up 7 of the listed problems in the Geneva Convention. And by 2030, we are to be completely carbon-free in those areas. That's what. I can see everyone smiling. Okay? So these 7 issues, CPCD then decided to allocate 1 or 2 problems to each state. And they were to conduct 2 tracks. We call it track 1 is a hackathon, where students and others first, starting from the ideation to proof of concept we work on. Then track 2 was this, getting hold of startups in whichever level they are, and then bring them, and then we hold a competition. The winners will be given prizes up to 5 lakhs. The first prize is 1 lakh, and the second one is 75, and the third one is 50, and then 25, like that. So now, for Karnataka, there are 2 themes given. One is called energy saved, which actually means energy waste. And the other one is called e-waste reduced. We are very, very optimistic, so we already consider that it is reduced, and therefore we call it e-waste reduced, but actually it means e-waste. So these are the 2 topics given. So now we are holding both track 1 and track 2 in these 2. So we have invited some startups today in these 2 from various incubation centers, and shortlisted them, and we have about 10 or 11 teams taking part today. They will be making their presentations. And the prizes will be given tomorrow for the prize winners, in both levels, in both areas, at Jnana Jyoti Auditorium, Central College, by the Chief Minister. Well, if he cannot come, then the Deputy Chief Minister. So it becomes a Pakka government program tomorrow. Okay, so you guys better get visibility, get your prizes and then go there. Okay, you'll get to meet the Chief Minister and the Deputy Chief Minister. So that's the background which we start. But having said that, KSPCB, Karnataka Pollution Control Board, invited us, Waste Impact Trust, to conduct hackathons because we have experience in this field. We have already conducted 5 of them before in various themes in waste. And actually we wanted to conduct a hackathon in e-waste. So it so happened that these guys also wanted us to do the same thing, but we had to add the energy part of it also. And we started doing it. Now, the innovation challenge part of it is very simple. They have already worked on it, and they are coming with their presentations and their prototypes. They will demonstrate those things. Hackathon is a 4-day event. Day 1, we take them on an immersion. I actually call it drowning, not immersion, in the problems and what is happening, good, bad, ugly of each theme. We take them around and show them various buses in various places around Bangalore. They come back and they share. They get a first-hand experience of the smells and sights of our waste management areas. They come back and they share. That is day 1. Day 2, we give them design thinking workshops, and then business planning workshops, and expert talk, panel discussions all this happens. In the afternoon, they choose the problems. We don't give them a curated list. Out of the experience that they have had in the immersion, they will say, oh God, this is the problem that I would like to solve. They come up individually and pitch the problems. The problems run up to 80, 100 problems. And then that is then sort of sorted out and all that. You do get about 75, 80 problems. They form teams amongst the participants, looking at the people, the skill sets you need to solve your problem. You form teams. We also get, most important part of this hackathon is that we get domain experts. And who are the domain experts? Can anyone make a guess? Indian Institute of Science. I don't think they are domain experts in waste. The communities which waste pickers and manual scavengers in some of them in one of our hackathons were part of the hackathon. So in these teams, they also have to be part of it. So they take part in the problem identification, definition, conceptualization of solutions, and coming up with the solution. They have to validate the solution. That is what. So we call them domain experts. They have to be there. And the next 2 days, which will be the consecutive weekend, they will be hacking through the day and night. Along with these domain experts, we don't let them go home. मेरा बच्चा है घर में, mother-in-law है घर में, all that happens, but then we say nothing doing. Get your bacha, but you get your mother-in-law, you will be here, but you be here. We say that. And then they say, they stay back, and next day, midnight, they register their solutions. That has happened with the other track that is happening. This time we have had about 34 teams which have registered. And then the semi-finals happen, and the finals happen, and the prizes are announced. The prizes are not given as a check to go home and party. Prizes, we say, is for, even for you guys, the same thing, is for furthering your prototype or furthering your enterprise in this. And there are milestones that we will define, and according to that, we will reimburse that much up to the price level. That is what we do. And then for the hackathon, we announce a 45-day challenge, because we say just getting the prize in 4 days is not enough. So those 45 days, all teams, prize winners and others, all teams are welcome to register. Then we take them through 45 days to refine their prototypes, to develop a pakka business model, and to validate the solutions, assess the social impact of that. So based on that, the final jury will be incubators. And so chosen problems from those, solutions from those, will be incubated. We have had some great success stories in those two. And the hackathon itself becomes you can't forget it in your lifetime, the 4 days. It's something that is very, very, very important. It changes your mindset. Next time you go and see a street sweeper, sweeping, you don't say, hey, mera sari kharab ho raha hai. You don't say that. You talk to them. So that's the important change that comes. In fact, businesses have been formed with an Infosys and a waste collector in this. That's some kind of a social change that we look for also. So that's generally about the 2 tracks that we're talking about. So now we are ready to start Pawan, where are you? Look at this Pawan. He is like Pawan only. He will go away. Where are you, Pawan? Now, he will take the pros.
Thank you. First of all, I'm really sorry. We are very late. And thank you so much, Gayatri. That was really uh, complete details, everything. Thank you so much. So, yeah, we are good to go. We'll start with lighting the lamp. So, first of all, ladies and gentlemen, a very warm welcome to all of you. So, the Reimagine Waste Innovation Challenge, this is dedicated for energy saved and e-waste reduced. With this theme, we are organizing this a pitching competition for all the startups present here. So we had various startups who had registered from the waste management and from different energy sector, but we have shortlisted only the startups who are really into this particular theme. So we have shortlisted only 11, out of which we have 9 startups present here. So I'll quickly tell the order of the pitching of all the startups. So starting with the first person who will be going, we are starting with energy saved sector, and then we'll go with the e-waste. So let me just call out all the names. This will be your order. So first there will be Vinay N. Startup name is Hubble EV bike. They'll be going first. Second will be Vidyadhar. Yeah, he'll be going second. Third, he's not it here. So fourth, Dr. Gurmurti Hegde. He'll be third. Fourth, Rakesh Kasba. Yes. Fifth will be Anita Shankar. Sanchit, Ashwini, you guys are here. They're part of hackathon as well. So sixth will be Mahesh Casey. See ya? Yes. Then Sushma, Mr. Bin, yeah. Then Anish Chaudhary. Then at the last, we will be having the absentees who are not yet here. We'll include them and we'll go ahead. This will be your order. Please remember. Anyway, I'll be calling out, but be ready with your mental preparation. Okay? Volunteer, one volunteer. Ladies and gentlemen, a very warm welcome to all of you to the Reimagine Waste Innovation Challenge. Today we have gathered here to witness the brilliance and creativity of participants who have come up with remarkable ideas to save energy and reduce e-waste. My name is Pawan and I'm honored to be your host for this exciting event today. To commence this event, let us begin with the inauguration ceremony. I kindly request Mr. Rudresh Murthy, Dr. D.R. Kumaraswamy, Dr. Pradeep Desai, Mr. Sarvottam Pejawar, Mr. Lingraj Dinni, Mr. Murlidhar, Mr. Mayur Nilavar, and organizing members to join us on the stage for the lamp lighting ceremony. Please, sir. Please, ma'am. I request all the judges. This lamp lighting ceremony is symbolizing the enlightenment and innovation that lies ahead of this pitching session. Thank you for lighting the lamp and setting the stage for an enlightening event ahead. We are privileged to have such esteemed individuals with us today. So I'll be giving a small introduction about all of our guests today. So we have few guests as a judges today. So I'll be giving a small introduction about all of them, though we have entire their biodata, but due to lack of time, I'll not be able to brief out everything. So it will be a very short introduction about everybody. But meanwhile, in between the pitches, I'll be giving the brief introduction about each and every judges, because they are really well known in their respective fields. They come from a really experienced background. So today we have with us Mr. D.R. Kumaraswamy. He's from Karnataka State Pollution Control Board. So I request to have a please a round of applause. We welcome you, sir. Next, we have Mr. Sridhar Raj, who is currently a civic catalyst and impact investor. So a very warm welcome to you, sir. Next, we have Mr. Pejavar Sarvottam, who is a CEO of I'm sorry, there are a lot of names coming in, but I'm sorry, sir, I'll be giving a brief introduction in between. So I'll just call out all the names who will be judging this, but I'll be including the brief introduction in between the pitches whenever there's a gap. So today we have, to start with again, Mr. Rudresh Murthy, is from Environmental Officer from Karnataka State Pollution Control Board. We have Mr. Alok Nath from Samsung. We have Mr. Subhash Nayak from Essilor Mittal Steel. We have Dr. Pradeep Desai, well-known scientist from Philips. I think he's absent. We have Mr. Sridhar Raj as an environmental activist. We have Mr. Sarvottam Pejavar, again, welcome you, founder Zycomi. We have Mr. Lingvaj Dini from Wipro. We have Mr. Mayur from Selco Foundation. I thank all the judges for gracing us with this, with your presence, and I'll be giving out the rubrics and evaluation sheet to everybody. I request all the judges to go through it. So you just have to mark a tick on each of the columns. So I'll be handing over one by one. I request my volunteer, please, Mr. Rudresh Murthy. Can I have one more volunteer, please? One more volunteer. ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡಿ ಎಲ್ಲ ಒಂದೇ ಸಲ ತಗೊಂಡು ಎಲ್ಲ ತಗೊಂಡು ಎರಡು ತಗೊಂಡು So today's evaluation will be based on the problem identification from both respective fields, that is energy saved and e-waste reduced. So based on innovation and uniqueness of the idea, solution viability, market potential, scalability and sustainability, competitive analysis and impact of the idea and the benefits with the team and expertise of all the team members. Based on these points, you will be evaluated. So judges, on the third page, we have evaluation rubrics. Based on those pointers, you will have to evaluate the pitching. So if you go on the fourth page, there are columns on which you will have to just mark a tick. The team names or the participant name is already provided on the sheet. So as I call the team names or the participant name, you will have to evaluate the same. Hope it's clear. We can go ahead. Thank you. Yes, it's time to dive into the presentations. We will begin with e-waste idea, energy sector ideas. We have total of 11 teams today, but maybe because of traffic issues or something, 2 teams haven't made here yet. So we'll be going ahead with 9 teams. We'll be starting with the energy teams first. As I mentioned, the order of the teams. So we'll be going ahead with Mr. Vinayan. Startup name or the idea name is Hubble's EV bike.
ರಿಮೋಟ್ ಇದೆಯಾ ಅದಕ್ಕೆ
I sent it, sir.
Has the file EVS wagon?
Yeah, sir.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Pens are coming. So yeah, uh, for participants, it's already clear about the pitching. So 5 minutes of the pitching, 2 minutes for your, if you have any product live demo can be given for 2 minutes, 3 minutes for Q&A. If the demo is not there, in that case, you will have 5 minutes of Q&A. Yes, thanks. Lights off, not visible. Lights off. In command ಏನಿದೆ ಅದು? Anyway, I think you can go ahead. That's fine.
Good morning to one and all present here. Myself Vinayan, and I'm from Cambridge Institute of Technology, and I'm glad to introduce my project called Hubless EV Bike, where you can see it's a hubless wheel. You can see this. There's not. It's not going to be over any center parts. It will be covered with solar panels. So whenever, can you go for second slide? Okay. So whenever the sunlight falls on the panel will be rotating on the ratio of sunlights, which direction the sunlight is being shown. And hubless. Why we need hubless? Hubless is mainly for increasing the speed, efficiency, and braking efficiency. See, even if we have braking efficiency like nowadays vehicles, but it's not so perfect and good to stop the vehicles. But using the hubless wheels, we can make it accurate 80 to 90% of stopping speeds. So hubless wheels is required once, and the solar panels installed in the wheels where the, so first one topic. Yeah, you can see the solar panels. These panels will be rotating on the direction of sunlights. Third slide. Yeah, and the life of the cycle or bike, it's gonna be like lifetime. So there is no any, like you can just recharge it outside your home. You just don't need a manual recharge, like just connecting it through wires and etc. It's gonna save a lot of energy. As we know, another 20 to 30 years, the electric bike is gonna boost like anything. It'll be like only the electric bikes, not even a single bikes like petrol, anything. So this bike is required. That's it. If you have any questions, you can ask.
Hello. It looks very simple. Good, Mahesh, to bring this kind of idea. So you use solar for the
Generating energy.
getting the energy, right? Now, what is this brake and all about? I've not understood this
So
hubless
it's a
brake.
hubless wheel, sir. Can I go for first slide, sir? I'll just explain.
Because solar is used for the charging, right?
Yeah, sir. Yeah, sir.
Yeah.
It's gonna be like hubless wheel. It's gonna be like a ring. This type.
Okay.
It's not gonna be any chain or attached anything. It will be attached like this for wheels. So braking efficiency is gonna increase over there. And in this empty portion, you can just use solar panels. Using solar panels in the bike body parts, if they crash anywhere, it's gonna harm the riders also. So using solar panels in wheels, it's not gonna harm riders.
Okay. Did you understand how much is the cost of this bike?
Sir, actually we are doing a prototype. It's costing around 35 to 40K.
One bike costs 40K.
Yeah. Yeah, sir. It's That's what it's gonna rotate in sun wherever the sunlight is gonna fall right now, sir. It's gonna rotate in that way, outer and inner. First slide. I'm just we are making it model, sir. We already made 80%. Yeah, we're already completed, but it's not, some parts are not available, right? It's not working yet completely. Sir, actually, it's been, I did not get it. I did not get it, sir, actually.
So how will we know?
This is a prototype.
Yeah.
It is not into a actual product.
Yes.
Correct. Who do you think about the competition?
Sir.
Why it is viable? How it can be, because solar is coming again, it is another, it has to be again considered for the reduction. That is what the next track is, e-waste reduction.
Actually, competition is like electric bikes. After 30 years, full of electric bikes, but where they have to manually just charge it, and lot of energy is gonna be wasted over there for show after 30 years. So using this energy, solar panels, we can reduce it, sir. We can reduce it to most of the extent.
Here's my suggestion.
Yeah.
I mean, betterment, you don't have one already. I would highly recommend betterment. I understand your passion. The element of, the concept is out there, but the element of a solar panel on a wheel is not practical. There isn't a technology today that, or in the coming 5 to 10 years, that can support a solar panel on a wheel.
Sir, actually, in US, they have a prototype, like just it's in prototype, not in complete product, but they just tried making it like this. This is the model.
Like I said, the concept is out there.
Yeah.
I wish you all the best. I would highly recommend a mentor.
Yeah.
Make sure you understand and define a problem that you're trying to solve.
Yes.
That would be my feedback. All right? Thank you.
If solar is not there, so any plan B is there, like what is the alternate source of charging? Like it can be charged through grid or not?
Sir,
If there is solar is not there, for example, rainy
you
season.
can just recharge it manually, sir. It's
Okay.
two-way.
Okay, so how much battery, like what is the capacity of battery and range?
Battery, it's like we required some. Its range, it's around some 80 to 90 kilometers. Actually, we made it.
Okay.
And battery charge, you have to do it for 3 hours if
Oh.
you make it in sunlight.
Okay.
That means every 2-3 hours, if you have started from Jayanagar and you're going to, let's say, not electronic city, beyond Indiranagar and all that, with all the traffic, you will go and come back, and again you have to charge, and next
No.
3 hours
While
you
going-
can't go anywhere.
Yeah, no, I got, while going itself, it's going to recharge. It's in sunlight itself, so it's going to automatically recharge while traveling itself.
But what happens in rain?
In rain,
The kind of rain. So you have to think through all these, that's what we mean.
Sir? Panels, it's around like 90 B, sir, based on the wheels.
You have not tried. You have not tried this one actually.
Actually, we installed solar panels, but it's not yet working. We are developing.
That's what actually, some practically you have to tell now. You are telling all what imagine you are. Okay. Yeah, actually you have to try it and you have to show it and demonstrate it. So I can also tell it will directly take the solar from the sun.
Yes.
But practically, was it viable or not, you have to tell now. So how much you are going to save and all those things you have to do. Full. And after that, if there is an accident, then how we are going to dispose the panels? These are all the silicon panels, very thin. So you are actually creating problem if there is an accident, you are creating problem in the road itself. So any vehicles moves and it is a problem to them. So if there is a break, then you should provide some collection system there itself, so that you can collect and then you can dispose it to the proper way. So all those things are required now. The highest road accidents have happened only in India. So how, if all bikes are solar bikes, then what you are going to do with the waste? All those things you have to think actually.
Yeah, sir. Thank you. I'll just look at it.
Still, as the sir said, you should be a more paka in explaining your technology.
Yeah.
You are not explaining your technology more paka. Intermittent explanation is not good. That indicates you are not actually professional in that subject. Okay, all the best, Edio.
Yeah, thank you, sir.
All the best.
Yes, your time's up. Thank you, Vinay. Yeah, next we have Mr. Vidyadhar.
Call the. It's working.
Yeah. Next we have Dr. Gurmurthy Hegde. So be ready.
We have that individual who is actually. Yeah, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I just want to play a video before I start my presentation, if you don't mind, please. That's a brief idea about what we are doing as a product video. So let me go through the presentation in a second. This one? All right. Aryabhatta Motors. Yes. Aryabhatta Motors. What is Aryabhatta Motors? We are a direct-to-consumer automotive brand that designs and sells modules to the customer or technician who can assemble the scooter by themselves in less than 5 minutes with no tools needed. When I say no tools, it literally means that there's not even a screwdriver that is needed. Next. Which one? This one? This one? Okay. Perfect. Yeah, I think this makes better. Okay. So the models that we have right now is the naked module. As the name suggests itself, we are exposing the inverse of the technology with this particular model, which is naked. And the next one is called the vague model, which is actually wherein the customers don't have to compromise on the price and performance, wherein also the convenience as well. And the price is very much less than most of the affordable scooters that are in the market. Next slide, please. So what is the problem that is today in the market? When the customer buys an electric scooters, he has a choice to be made between the price, performance, and the convenience. But with Aryabhatta Motors, we all provide everything in the same framework with some technology added, wherein it is much lesser than most of the affordable scooters right now. Next slide, please. So how do we tackle the price as Aryabhatta Motors? So in general, for any product, not only automotive, the normal conventional way is you have a factory where the product is made, and it goes to the distribution centers, and from there to the dealership, and that's where the customers go and buy the scooter. What we are trying to do as a company is we are trying to remove all these hindrances in between where the supplier will actually send these modules directly to the customer. Next slide, please. So before understanding how we tackle the price, let's understand the distribution of revenue within a scooter. 60% of the cost goes towards the raw materials. There is a 16% cost that goes towards marketing, research, engineering, R&D, all those aspects of it. And there's a 20% cost that goes towards manufacturing. So when it comes to the raw materials, it is a very hard game for me as a startup to go against the big players like OEMs who have infused billions into this part of it. So that's not the leverage that I have it. And as a startup, because I have to do my marketing and there is enough amount I have to spend on the research and technology, that is not. So the only leverage that I have is in manufacturing. When I say manufacturing, it is the factory, the labor that is involved in the factory, and the transportation cost. Next slide, please. So in generic, what we are trying to do is we have divided our scooter into modules. These modules arrive at the customer premises at the same time, and once these modules can be assembled by the customer himself, wherein we have designed latching and locking mechanisms within modules. That means when you place one module on top of each other, latching and lock, it gets latched and locked by itself with no tools required, and again in less than 5 minutes. And we have electronic systems that are in place, so when you latch it, these parameters are taken back to the cloud, and in the cloud, we run our algorithms to make sure that the assembly process is done correctly. So in case yes, then we transmit the signal back wherein the customers can drive the scooter. In case not, we provide assistance in the form of information. It could be manuals, it could be videos, it could be voice assistants that we are working with Alexa. Henceforth, these provide instructions as what went wrong during the assembly process, and henceforth, it could be rectified and then part of it. Now let's understand our business model. Next slide, please. So this slide, I think. What happens is these are OEMs, or I'll say OEMs. So OEMs control engineering, manufacturing, advertising, etc., everything. But they also have a factory where the product is assembled, or the automotive is assembled, right? So what we realize is OEMs don't actually manufacture these parts. They rely on the suppliers to provide these parts, wherein they are tier one suppliers. And for the sake of this conversation, let's say there's only tier one, but there are multiple tiers of suppliers part of it. So these suppliers provide these parts which arrive at the factory, and in the factory you use a traditional Kanban system to assemble these parts. And once this is assembled, tested, certified part of it, so you take to the dealership, and that's where it go to the distribution centers and then the dealership, and that's where the customers like you and me go buy it. But what we are trying to do in this particular existing model is we are completely removing the need of a distribution center, the dealership, and the factory by itself. So the way it works out is once the customer does experience our scooter, because we're not going to have the dealership in 4 walls, there's no need to have it. We are going to have a mobile centers part of it where the customer would experience the scooter, and he would either use our digital centers, or he would actually use our website to place an order, where we take these orders to our suppliers, and the suppliers will send these parts using the just-in-time delivery concept, which is already proven, where all these parts are already coming at the customer premises at the same time. So the customer would work. He'll assemble the scooter with no tools. I reiterate the fact that there's not even screwdriver is needed. And once the assembly is done, it could be done in 5 minutes. Now, we tackle the first one, price, and how do we do the convenience? So today, if you look at the existing petrol scooters, the way it is you go to the gas station, you fill up the gas in probably 3 to 5 minutes, and you're on the road. But compared to what existing competitors, where you have to charge either 1 hour using fast chargers, or you have to charge like 5 hours using home. So in turn, for that convenience, we designed our own battery in-house chemistry, where we were able to charge 0 to 90% in less than 10 minutes. And this to be proven, we showcased this particular technology to Hero MotoCorp in one of the competitions that they organized it, and hands down, we won that competition. So henceforth, we have to design our charging stations part of it, and that's where, sorry, do I have 10? Okay, give me. And when it comes to performance, we don't rely on the subsystems to provide these. What we do is, a system efficiency can be achieved only when the subsystems are streamlined to be efficient. Henceforth, what we have done is we have gone and designed our own subsystems like the battery cell chemistry, thermal management system, and we also have a hubless wheel. I think I can answer more about the hubless wheel as you ask questions. We have also a prototype that is already there, actually. So when it comes to technology, it was pretty evident that from the video, what we have showcased is the maximum speed that we are going to achieve is 101 kilometers with a battery pack of 3.5 kilometers and the charging time less than 10 minutes. Range is 150 kilometers and the constant speed of 40 kilometers, 100 kgs, passenger weight is 150 and the slope is 10 degrees. So this is the roadmap, current scenario that it looks, wherein we have a low speed segment, a medium speed segment and a high speed segment. The premium segment is not at all tapped in India. That's where we are going to target first and then scale down back to the high-speed segment where you find the likes of today electric scooters, Indian startups like the Olas, the Aethers part of it. Now, this is the roadmap where go-to-market strategy. We would have our scooter ready by mid of 2024 because we already built our build one prototype. And lastly, I'll just wrap it in a minute, sorry. This is our team. My name is Vidyadhar, and I've done my bachelor's and master's in the University of London, then went on to pursue my career with Motorola, Qualcomm, and most recently being Tesla before moved to India for good to pursue Aryabhatta Motors. We do have a rich scientist working from NAL scientist who has worked for 30 years for NAL, who designed our battery chemistry, is also a recipient of the Prime Minister Fellowship Award. And we have a scientist from ISRO, worked for ISRO for 8 years, and a designer for a hubless motor who is also a researcher and a thermal management engineer. And we complement ourselves with good engineering team from reputed organizations within India and rich experience as well, like the IIST, Indian Institute of Space Science Technologies, NITs. That's to be more precise. So we complement our innovations with patents. We have nearly 15 patents till date, and we are about to file 9 patents more in this particular year. And the areas of expertise that we have built is this area. And this is our financial report. I can get back to you in person probably, where we are going to make it heavily profit during 2027, considering the sales that we are going to make it. And we don't rely only on the sales of the scooters, but we are trying to build an ecosystem where there is a constant revenue generation, wherein we take assembly services, because when we deliver the products, we have assembly service facility as well, the spare parts, and also the charging infrastructure as well. All right, this is the current today's market, wherein in 2022, the two-wheeler market, IC engine is 16 billion, and hardly even 5% of that market is two-wheel market. But there are reports that in 2030, everything will become EV, but I kind of call that reports rubbish. Only 20% of the two-wheeler industry is going to be tapped with EVs, and only when the government bans the sale of IC engines, that's where you see an incremental increase. Until that particular point, which is going to be either by 2030 or 35, that's where we're going to see an incremental change. Until then, it's going to be a moment to change. And this is all about this. Okay, sorry, I took more than time. I think I can actually take some questions. While I'm taking questions, I'm going to place our build what we parallelly, and I can take questions parallelly. All right. Any questions? We definitely won't take. Are you registered in Canada? No. We are an India-based company completely. Canada? Yeah, maybe I'll check it back. Thank you. Thanks for bringing matters.
Hello.
We registered in August 2020. That's where. That's strange. Okay.
Great team, great presentation, but I think it's important to communicate. I know you're limited in time, so just focus on the key points. Bespoke automotives is a very interesting space. You're very unique in it, and your competition is pretty much the marquee names out there. So your graph has to be updated after the new FAME regulations. So the numbers have already changed over the last 48 hours in terms of the price points. So my key question to you is, have you looked at the fact that you're trying to do everything and trying to do too much, perhaps? I haven't seen a staged approach to tackling the market and the product to market path. You're trying to do the charging infrastructure, you're trying to do the innovation within the product. You also have no partnerships to talk about in terms of distribution. So I think it may be too much for a startup entity which is not yet funded to project, if you will.
I'll correct those lines. Probably it was not evident. Did not go to the financial. So from the FAMES to subsidies question that you posed to me, I as a founder, I had anticipated back in 2020 that these regulations would be misused by the OEMs. And when we did the price calculation part of it, we already took that there is no FAME to subsidies at all, right? So we kind of consider that. I as a me personal part of it, because we saw that in US that happening, and probably that will be simulated over here as well. Now, coming back to the question of we are trying to do everything. So this is the approach that the current two OEMs are doing it. They're just trying to patronize the nationalism of made in India, but what is made in India? They're not either doing the motor here, neither the battery pack is being done here, everything is done, okay? They put, so either we create a system, either we want to be first to the market saying that, yeah, we are the kind of first, etc., first, or we take some time wherein our team, as a whole team, we believe that, as I said, system efficiency can be only achieved when the subsystems are streamlined to be efficient. So we can't create an efficient system even if one of the subsystems, which is a critical subsystems, is inefficient. Then obviously we are reliant on somebody else to do the innovation for us, and we are kind of dependent on that. So henceforth, for the past 2 years, if you look at it, we have already created so much. Because you can ask me why the other OEMs are not doing that one, because we kind of live through the bureaucracy in between part of it, and we go directly part of it and tackle it. Now, we are successful in already making the build prototype one, which is actually successfully running with this. Now, there is another challenge. I kind of agree with that, because making one vehicle is very easy, but replicating that over a period of time is a... So what we have done is we have actually partnered with vendors of manufacturing in Hosur, in Coimbatore, in Pune, who are actually manufacturing it for us. Now again, we don't want to go after the whole Indian market shot at once. We are going on an organic growth where by 2024 October, we'll have a vehicle ready which is an ARAI certified. And then we are going to go with 30 vehicles per month, which is the naked scooter that we have targeted the high-end market, wherein we are going to target the HNIs and the influencers and only sell 30 scooters per month for the next 3 months. And then we are going to replicate that in other cities with 100 scooters per month. So for the next 1.5 years, it is pretty evident that we have enough data to go against part of it, wherein we have enough data, because whenever a product, a new technology comes in, it is only 95% efficient according to the industry standards. That is pretty evident. So for us to go after the mass market and getting that 4.5% back is it could even bankrupt our company. So henceforth, we are going in a small quantity in organic growth. We are going to go from 95% efficient to 99.5% efficient, and only then we see an incremental growth from hundreds to thousands. That's how we are going to tackle. Now, coming from the funding perspective, we have already, for the past 2 years, we have already got around $200K, which we are already building part of it. And I'm currently in the process of raising around 1.5 million. I'm sorry, it's 1.5 million. Yeah, that's where. And that 1.5 million is not for any production part of it. It is only making an ARI certified vehicle. And henceforth, after that is what we are going to raise Series A funding part of it, which will eventually give in to our suppliers, because we have already identified our suppliers and we are already working with our suppliers. I kind of agree, because wherein this comes with a traditional approach, yeah, I'm doing everything, but we have to focus on one thing. But we here as a company are actually to make a system efficient. We don't want to be the first, we want to be the best. That's what we are tackling. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah. So nice presentation.
Oh, thanks.
So yeah, you said that you will not be having any physical stores, right?
Yes.
So if it's Indian mentality, so if you want to buy the bike, so most of the people will have test ride first and then they will go for a bike. So what's your view on that?
Yes. So it's a misconception that dealerships has just to experience, right? So dealerships has 3 components. One is the experience centers, one is the service centers, and one is the warehouse. Now, what I'm proposing is we completely remove the warehouse part of it and we completely remove the service centers, because service centers is something that now it's not has to be in the 4 walls. Anybody, because of the non-mobile components electric. Now, what I'm trying to do is instead of having that experience centers within the 4 walls, we are going to take it as a mobile part of it, wherein the customers would come and experience the scooter. we are not proposing that the removal of the experiences has to be completely removed. Wherein they experience, but the experience should not be within the four walls is what we are trying to get into. And then the online ordering process should be completely on website, because we don't want, we have a desktop dashboards within our mobile centers wherein you can place an order and that would be delivered to a customer. Oh, please go ahead. Currently, we are not going to venture into that aspect of it as of now, in the part of it. We would use currently available any of those companies that are actually doing it, and that would be partnership. So has one more question, he said, partnerships, we are only going to own the product experience, but the service centers, we have already identified startups who we want to work with part of it, but except the product experience, because we want to own the product experience, because we want to constructive feedback from the customers. Apart from that, we have identified, make it quick, sorry. Probably this slide will explain you about our partnerships part of it. So from the product experience part of it is what we want to own, and rest we want to actually partners with startups, which have already done it from the insurance point of view, etc., all those aspects.
One question, first mover advantage you may have in this product. But if you don't scale up and then make it a very cost-effective product, will you have a disadvantage in competitiveness in the market?
You are right, but anybody to catch up, because we would take nearly 3 to 4 years part of it, but we have patented the whole process part of it, right? So I'm not saying that anybody cannot come up with an alternative technology. They could, but for them to catch up, it would take around 3 to 4 years. So that's the reason. We don't want to only because there are various components from the motor perspective, as I said, hubless motor part of it. Because I think one of the questions asked was, why are you using hubless motors? One thing is, we are reducing the weight by 50%, because weight implies for the mileage, and the mileage we are reducing, like it increases enormously from 12. And second thing is, we are reducing the efficient components because there is no gear components. Because in the market, you see three kind of, one is a mid-drive motor, which has a gears part of it. Gears part of it. And the second one is the hub motor, which is actually the center. Hubless motor reduces part of it. That's, I think I can take more questions. I'm free. I'm sitting over there. Any point of view, anybody has questions, so definitely. I think I'm running out of time, probably as Madam indicated. So I'm sorry, in the interest of time. If you give me a couple of minutes, I can take more questions. Considering the fact, it's up to you guys. Okay, please. No, that's fine. Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you, Vidyadhar. So yeah, as we extended the time, so I give excuse, and it will not be fair enough for others. So let's not stick with the guidelines of 5 + 5 minutes. So I'll give you 10 minutes, entire 10 minutes, wherein you can pitch and interact with them. So, but be mindful about that. Sorry. Okay, so yeah, we cannot be partial. So let's stick with 5 + 5, but be mindful about the timing. So I'm keeping here. I'm also intimating the person, but it's extending. So we cannot be, Yeah, so yeah, let's stick with 5 + 5. Be mindful about the timing, please. Because, yeah, we have extended a lot of time. So yeah, up next we have Dr. Gurmurthy Hegde. Next, after Hegde sir, we have Mr. Rakesh Kasba next lined up. So be ready. And please be mindful about the time.
Good morning, everyone. We are from Ad Industech Private Limited, and the pitch which I'm going to do is the low-cost energy storage batteries using bio-waste-based porous nanoparticles. We are recognized by the MSME, Startup India, and Startup Karnataka. Next. So this is the problem identification, why we have to use the bio-waste-based material. Because in India, we don't have, when you talk about batteries, nanotechnology is one such sector where we can really able to make the high-quality batteries. But on the other way, to increase the nanoparticle in a tons of scale is really, it's not a cost-effective technology. So our idea is to create the nanoparticle which low cost, then we have to convert that into a batteries. You can see all these things. I'm not going into detail because of the time. This is the one which we did. The current electrical double layer capacitors is about 5 to 20 watts hour per kg, but this is ours, which is 30 to 60. And also the device could be operated at 2 to 3 volts, showing specific capacitance about 100 farad per gram. Since it is the waste to wealth technology, we don't need to put a lot of money on the starting material because we are taking the waste material from the environment. Next slide. So these are the innovation things. We took the garlic peel because we know all the kitchen and all we are using the garlic, and lots of garlic peels are available, and it has been thrown out. And when they are throwing out, they will put the fire into that. Whenever they put the fire into these kind of waste material, it creates the adverse effect on the environment. So what we did is we took such kind of waste, we convert them into a porous nanocarbon. To creating the porosity in nanoparticle is a very big challenge, because usually whenever whoever creating the nanoparticle, they are putting the catalyst to create the porosity. But here nature is so beautiful, natural material itself is having the porous structure. So we capped that porous structure. Then we went to elevated the temperature at around 1000 degree. Then we created the carbon nanoparticles. So that's the powerful carbon nanoparticle, which more than 95% of the carbon present in it. And you can see the spherical shape. It's a very beautiful spherical shape throughout the material. That again tells that one of the best material. Surface area is about 2,900 meters square per gram. So it's almost equal to the market ready standard. Next slide. So why garlic peel? You can see the available traditional technology. Here lithium not required. It doesn't ignite because it is from the bio-waste origin. Toxicity is not that, completely non-toxic, harmless material, and you can use it for mobile phone, other devices, drone, IoT related application. We're not targeting e-vehicles yet because, again, a lot of research needs to be done, because when the sizes increases, the big batteries, we have to do a lot of the things, but we are targeting about coin cell batteries and small cell batteries. Next. So these are the need, because existing secondary batteries are not flexible, or we can make the flexible battery also. So this is the one which we tested. Our garlic peels is rich in lignocellulosic material, because all the natural materials is lignocellulosic rich, high surface area, uniform size. It can be stable until 1200 degrees temperature. So we can use it until 1200 degrees, so no problem at all. Waste to wealth approach, I already told, battery cycle is around 15,000 cycle. Next slide. Next slide. So these are the market potential. 90% batteries are from China, which we are importing now. So if we make it at least 20% from India, that's going to be $1 billion save for the country's economy. Next. So this is the global production of allium crops. You can see in the 2020, this is released in 31st January 2023, where you can see how much garlic is cultivated across the globe and how much waste is producing. So it's easy to collect, cost effective, and bulk scaling is easy because we are using only the pyrolysis procedure. It doesn't need any extra chemicals to that. Only thing is you need a tube furnace, you have to put your material inside, and you have to heat it up at 1000 degrees with the inert atmosphere. Since we are using nitrogen, because compared to argon, nitrogen is cheaper. So you have to create the inert atmosphere to take the material to the higher temperature, then you can create the spherical shape into that. So scaling is easy and tuning is also easy. But again, we need a talented manpower because it's a nanotechnology. We have to reduce the material into a nanoscale size. So these are our team. We are having more than 15 years of experience. I myself published more than 220 international journal of highly reputed, Q1 journal. I'm having it index 35 and 3,500 citations. We are having 20 patents. We got more than 60 international awards from various countries. Recently, we received a MSME grant on the same bio-waste concept for heterogeneous catalysis for the pharmacy industries. And we also got Rashtriya Krishi Vijnan Yojana grant for making bio-waste-based floor cleaners for the farmers. And we are having a strong research background, but whatever we are doing, we are studying in the laboratory, we are publishing the paper, patent, and the commercialization. We will complete the complete cycle before bring any product to the market. And we are having young and talented manpower. Next one. So these are the impacts and the benefit. You can see the property I mentioned here. These are the existing batteries. These are our carbon-based electrical double layer capacitor, where you can see that why this kind of bio-waste-based concept is ideal, because it's a highly symmetric, stable, less side reaction, and more importantly, it's a waste to wealth, because that's where the country needs such kind of things, so that we should not just burn the waste into the atmosphere. Next one. So these are the progress which you have done. You can see these kind of nanoparticle can be synthesized from various temperature, but what happens is, if I stop it here, 600 degrees, so that I can save the time, but you can see the carbon content you have to adjust, but if we synthesize at 1000 degree, you have 90% of the carbon, particle size is 63 nanometer, Raman is 1.06, surface area is drastically increasing from 2900 meter square per gram, pore diameter is a mesoporous material around 2.8, pore volume is 2 nanometer. Next. So this is how all this one takes place. Next. So this is how we address. So we are, the electrochemical capacitors is here because it has to take in care of the specific power and specific energy compared to batteries, compared to capacitors. Both are having advantages and disadvantages. Next. Yeah, these are the parameters. You can see specific capacitance, design value we planned for 80 to 100, 2 to 3 volt, 15 to 50 watt, 5,000 to 10,000, and minimum 10,000 per cycle. So these are the comments on that. So sincere thanks to Innovation Challenge for giving us this opportunity. Thank you. So this one is having two concepts. One, we can create the nanoparticle. That itself as a one product, because same nanoparticle can be used for a different application. You can see this. So these are the nanoparticles. 20 to 50 nanometers. So these are the coins we created in the lab. But of course, outer layer purchased from China, because we don't have this kind of manufacturing here. So I didn't put the comparative table, but in terms of the cost one, this technology is 60 to 70% cheaper compared to the available. And compared to this one, this is 25,000 cycles, whereas market one is a lithium, where you can go until 500 cycles. No, this is rechargeable. It's a perpetual one. So after some cycles, resistance level goes decreasing. So then the battery efficiency goes on. So goes below. So that's why these kind of batteries, here this inside it contains 6 to 8 parts. So we are purchasing each parts from other country, but electrode is ours. We coat the electrodes with our material. It is a symmetric capacitor, top and bottom. In between we will put the non-conductive layers. So then we again assemble this like a coin cell. But like we can use it in our calculators. So we can charge it. But again, increasing this to the battery level, real AAA, AA kind of thing, needs lots of money. Because every time when you increase the nanoparticle concentration, that much money is also increases. But our main segment is to target kids' toys, then calculators and small apparatus. Yeah.
So you're using waste to energy. This is a good concept. But if you look at synthetic nanomaterials, if you use that, then they would have same efficiency or better efficiency.
Toxicity, sir. Toxic material. Whatever the nanoparticle we are using, like carbon nanotube is little bit better than this in terms of the surface area. But it again creates the toxicity into that, because so many researchers died while working on carbon nanotubes. A single-wall carbon nanotube is highly toxic.
This also should be toxic.
No, this is directly coming from the nature, and we are not adding any chemicals to that. But regular synthesis, we have to use the chemicals for that. Right now we are collecting from the markets, local markets, where I tell them to collect it. They will collect because when they sell this garlic, there is a lot of outer peels are available. They will collect it and keep it for me, and once in a while we are going and taking from that. But again, there is association, garlic association and all. If we directly connect with them, they will provide such kind of waste material to us. Outside layers, yeah. Not on this one, yeah. Kitchen, yeah. Yeah. No, if we mix with others, then again it's different. We need only one set of waste. We worked on not only garlic, we worked on onion peels, areca nut, nearly 35 different bio-waste we worked, and each bio-waste we used for different applications, based on the surface area, based on the nanoparticle sizes, because some for biological application, some for electronic application.
In your research, Dr. Hegde, is there anybody else in the world doing this?
Many are working, sir. Many are working in this one. But many people are working in different applications.
No, on the same source, though.
No, sources are also different, because whenever we use the source, we first patent it. So whatever the source I am making, all the 20 patents belongs to 20 different sources.
Okay, so you have a patent.
Yeah, we have a patent on that.
That wasn't evident.
Yeah.
So the second thing is, I don't know if you understand the concept of SOM. So I'm not looking for addressable market. One thing that didn't come across is what exactly is the potential for this from a commercialization standpoint.
Yeah, one thing which we are planning, as I already told, if we plan for a big battery, then again, we don't have that kind of setup.
Coin cell.
Yeah, coin cell only, that we plan for kids' toys. Because kids' toys itself is having around $100 million market in India itself. Because India is importing $100 million for coin cells from the foreign.
Okay.
That is the data, I got it from the literature. So this one, even if I target 10% of that, that itself is $10 million market for me.
Yeah, typically investors look for billion-dollar markets.
Yeah, no.
That's a different conversation.
Yeah.
So the next aspect I would like to understand is, who among the battery technology commercial subject matter experts do you have on your team?
We have, recently we have tied up with a Japanese company. The Toshiba company visited us, and they wanted to use this technology, and they made the OB2 technology. So they named it as a OB2T technology, and we are having negotiation with them. They want to put up a big plant here based on this technology, the waste to wealth technology. So that negotiation is going on, and all the team members in our team, they are all worked on supercapacitors. They are all my PhD students, and also they are working as my colleagues.
Good, thank you. I'm glad I asked that question. Lastly, given some of the tolerance limits in terms of temperature, etc., that you mentioned, have you had or do you plan to have any conversations with defense units? I'm talking about DRDO or ISRO.
We are working with DRDO for the flexible capacity. This is a purely R&D project with the DRDO. They are working on solid state batteries, where they don't want these kind of batteries, they want the flexible batteries, where they are looking for 50 farad per gram for the defense related application. And we are also working with Indian Institute of Astrophysics in Koramangala. They are making this progressive lens based on these kind of technologies. That R&D project we are doing, but if it's success, they are implementing to the market.
So just to be clear, you didn't pay me to ask these questions?
No.
Second, I think in my questioning, there is a line of suggestion for you to develop your presentation based on these aspects.
Sure, definitely, sir.
Definitely put an asterisk and say under negotiation or whatever.
Yeah, definitely, sir. Sure, definitely, sir.
Thank you.
We got it from the Government of India Nano Mission Division funded 84 lakhs. That is not on the company, but I am also a professor in Christ University, R&D director also. So they funded, for the same concept, they funded to the university, not on the startup, because Nano Mission never fund for the startup. They fund for this one. And now we started MSME and RKVY completely onto the startup. So then we are starting product. Now we are starting a manufacturing division of nanoparticles. We are synthesizing in kilogram scale. So that is the first step. And then we are taking this to the battery manufacturing. But all these things we did along with the university collaboration.
Yeah, that we are using nitrogen gas.
Yes.
For making nanoparticles.
Correct.
Nitrogen mixed with oxygen become nitrogen.
No, we are making inert atmosphere. We are removing the oxygen. We are passing only the nitrogen. As you told, more oxygen is added, less quality of nanoparticle we will get it. So we will make sure that oxygen will be removed from the system, only nitrogen is passing. It's not only nitrogen, we can use argon also, but because of the cost wise, argon is 3 times costlier than the nitrogen. That's why we are using nitrogen. Yes, yes, available. In our laboratory, we are having all these equipments. Yeah. That we tested, madam. We took it, garlic from different parts of India and different parts of Bangalore. But when you go to the elevated temperature at 1000 degree, whatever is there, everything will melt out. So you will get, your main idea is to get only carbon. So that will be taken care. Thank you.
Yeah, so yeah, we have extended time. So I know the ideas, the pitches are really interesting and really unique. So it's building that energy and also that really excitement in everybody. But I still suggest to stick with the time and there'll be opportunity after this pitching where you can interact with each other and clarify your doubts. So I request let's continue that later and stick with the time schedule. So yeah, next we have Mr. Rakesh Kasba. Please, round of applause. I request Anita Shankar for the next. Yeah.
Good morning, members of the jury and the audience. I'm Rakesh Kasba. I'll be talking about muddy hydro. As it indicates, it's about hydropower, generation of hydropower. And the immediate difference is routinely we have been using turbine, but this is a non-turbine generation method of hydropower. The sequence I would request you to follow is the earth benefiting idea, the impact on the population, the humans, especially those who are living away from the urban centers, and the innovation itself. Okay, just 1 second. It's already. You can connect the SDM. So I will speak while this presentation comes. The idea is, the earth benefiting idea is the hydropower. Most of us, we know, it is damaging the river ecosystem. The important reason of that is, so now the presentation is live. So my innovation has all the 3 major components slightly different. One is the important part, that is the where we stop the water, that is the dam mostly, the water conveyance system, and the power generating system. This is the prototype which we built in the lab. And essentially, you can see the difference here in the change. In the bottom figure, you can see directly from the intake, the water is going directly to the powerhouse and generating power. Whereas in the conventional system, the water is then through a channel or a tunnel, it is taken to forebay, and thereafter through a penstock dropped into the powerhouse. So many components are missing in this. I am going along very briefly on all this. So the problem statement is the river ecosystem gets damaged. The reason being, when the water is to be used in turbine, since it's a high-speed machine, you cannot have sediment going there. The sediment has to be dropped in the dam, and the clean water goes into the powerhouse. When that clean water goes back into the river, and it has got the sediment picking capacity, it damages the river bed. And now US has, after 100 years of their hydropower projects, they are finding this problem where the river bed has degraded, even the irrigation systems get damaged, and many times the hills also collapse. The second part of it is just one. In the hills, taking the electricity to the consumer through transmission line, it is very expensive to lay the transmission line as well as to maintain that. And for months together, when a line is damaged, it goes. The hydropower project cost is mainly because of the sediment exclusion systems. So muddy hydro strives to preserve the river ecology, makes the design simple so that it can be used in the retail, say smaller size. And here we can see the small and mini hydropower potential of this country is 21 gigawatts, 21,000 megawatts, and which is not being used because the moment we try to use a conventional hydropower system, each megawatt costs in the big, say, 50 megawatt above size, around 10 crore per megawatt. When we go below that size, the cost exponentially increases. So it's not viable to use that. And if we see, and we use only 10% of that potential with 10 kilowatt units of the muddy hydro, we are going to say, and the cost of the transmission, which is many times equal to 100% of the powerhouse cost, the cost of the power plant. The electricity generated by hydropower comes to 8 rupees per unit, whereas this power will be less than 3 rupees per unit. And the control of the unit will be with the common people, with the village. So there are so many good things about it. So the we can see the USP, river ecosystem, the lower cost of electricity, taking electricity to the remotest places. So a little bit about me, I'm a civil engineer from InUnity Srinagar with 20 plus years in hydropower. Now I am an impact entrepreneur. Yeah, we started with making a field report, and based on that we did some basic calculations to make one unit. We have applied for patent, and we also got some support from Nidhi Prayas, but since that was curtailed, we could not complete the project. Thank you very much. I'm open to questions.
The water which is collected in the dam, you are directly using to generate the electricity.
No, sir. The concept is entirely different. So we don't think of having a dam at all. So let us imagine a rivulet in the hills, which is bringing in water. So the water can be tapped right there and converted into power. So you don't need to have
that
a dam.
means only during rainy season you have power.
No, sir.
Other non-rainy season?
In the hills, around the year, these small rivulets keep flowing.
The small means how much actually generation is how much quantity you are going to generate? Because it should be in megawatt like that, now.
Yeah. We are averaging, say, a 10 kilowatt unit, which would be good enough for a small group of houses. You see, I come from hills.
It is mini hydel project like that.
Sir?
Mini hydel projects.
Yeah. So micro. So yeah. So when we are looking at maybe we need a few lakh, 2 lakh such units across the country, and you can imagine every village where it takes a transmission line of 10 kilometers. that will have its own power source.
That's right. Yes,
And
yes.
in the hills, you can't depend on the solar because the slopes and the trees.
This Pelton wheel or Captain wheel, same technology you are using?
No, sir. The Pelton wheel and the turbines, as you said, they are high-speed generators.
Correct, they are
need,
high-speed,
yeah.
yeah.
The sediment particle should be less than 200 microns, otherwise it will damage.
Correct.
And the technology used has to be highly precise. But here, this thing is, it can be repaired by a local bicycle shop. And we are going to develop it as a DIY kit so people can install, and rather government should and will support it so that to the village or to the cluster, they fund it once and the village maintains it and generate their own electricity rather than providing electricity, buying electricity, transmitting it, maintaining it, and the
Yes.
whole of that infrastructure.
Yes,
So that is where it's going. And you can see our country can easily install 2 lakh such units.
Okay, okay.
Yes.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah.
You're assuming we have about 2 lakh rivulets from.
Yeah. Definitely. You see, all my career in hydropower, I have been living and working in hills. Now I have started living in city.
No, that is the opportunity.
Yeah. It has been identified as 21 gigawatts, 21,000 megawatts of potential in small and mini hydropower. It has already been identified.
Across India you are talking about.
Across India, yes. And then this technology has to be further developed so that it can be used because the conventional hydropower which we are using today is a technology 200 years old. There has been no change, the turbine technology that we are using. So that this has to be upgraded so that the problem which I talked of USA is facing, is seeing, identifying. We are also facing, our hills are collapsing everywhere there is hydropower. So that is because the river gets degraded, because this, as per the sediment transport balance, the water which has left the sediment upstream, it has the capacity to pick up sediments. So it is damaging the river bed. The irrigation system, which is based on that river level, again goes defunct. But since the effect is a few decades later, so people are not connecting to that. But we'll come to that.
So there is a problem to solve and there is a potential bio benefit. But what is the business? I mean, what's your revenue model for? If the market potential is 2 lakh units, how do you make money?
Yeah, per unit we expect to sell it for 6 to 7 lakh rupees with 10% of margin. And in this, I don't have the team and the wherewithal for this sector. So I'm open to entertain a team, give them office space and other support. We have to go to MNRE and MNRE will welcome us. Only I have got a shortage of time because I'm involved in other impact startup. So they will welcome us and immediately it will be taken up by the electricity boards because it is their commitment to provide electricity to the consumers.
Decentralized power, so you also need to have some battery storage.
No, decentralized power.
So you also need to have some battery storage.
No, hydropower does not believe in that because the water will be flowing round the clock. So we will not be using every drop of water. So we'll be making an efficient use of water. Yeah. In any case, those rivulets keep flowing and wasting.
His idea is that can be given passed back to the grid or extra if it is.
No, sir, the transmission itself is impossible. You see, in Arunachal, we have 50,000 megawatts available, but the transmission cost is so much that we are not, it's not viable to use. Yeah, 10 crore per megawatt is the transmission line cost.
But this is a self-reliance.
Yeah. You see, sir, my idea, as I talked of, so the impact, let the people, my dissertation in MTech was also about the same thing. How power, when it goes to the remotest place, how it can change the life.
So just one question. There are many micro-hydropower such solutions in the market. I'm not sure what is the uniqueness in this. What you're
Yeah, the micro hydro, that's again based on the turbine. That turbine is again subject to the damage by the sediment. So every time the sediment has to be removed, the sediment system gets choked with every rainfall. And again, because I have been facing all that, I have been seeing all that. So this is one system which can handle up to sediment passing 10 mm sieve. So 10 size particle also coming in this system will still work, and there is no change of the sediment balance in the flowing water. That's very important. Yeah. Yeah, turbine has been excluded, so no need to remove the sediment. So no need to include the cost of sediment exclusion system, which is the major cost.
Yeah, we are out of time. So
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Rakesh.
Thanks.
Yeah. Up next, we have Anita. After Anita, we have next Sanchit. Please be ready.
Hi, good morning, everyone, and thank you so much for inviting me here. I'm very glad that I'm a part of this innovation program. Firstly, brilliant presentations before mine. We talked about hydroelectric power, bikes, and batteries. I'm here to just bring you crashing down to earth. I'm going to talk of a humble bag that you all carry. It's a reusable bag. So, if I need to go to the next slide, I have to come there, or should I keep going? All right, go back. So, my name is Anita Shankar, and I'm the founder of Astu Eco. We make sustainable alternatives to single-use plastic, and with a mission to impact 1 billion people by 2030. Today, we are talking about, should I have to keep telling you to move? I'm happy to just move it myself. All right. So today we're talking about what happened to this. Technology glitch. I need the slide to talk. Okay. So I'm going to just walk you through. If it comes, that's great. Yeah. So in terms of single-use plastic bags, more than 5 trillion single-use plastic bags are used worldwide and thrown away in 15 seconds. And that is 160,000 single-use bags every second. So that's the quantum of the problem that we're talking of. Everybody seems to know what's the problem with single-use plastic. Right? Everyone knows that single-use plastic is a big problem. Not only the people in this room, but you take it back onto the roadside. If there's a granny sitting and selling flowers, she would also know that single-use plastic is a problem. But our problem lies mainly in the doing. Everybody knows what's the problem, but when it comes to doing, there's a huge gap. So we're looking at how can we address this gap. So if you broadly look at the picture, consumers largely don't care. They're not motivated enough to take single-use alternatives with them everywhere because it's not very convenient. But thankfully, there's a rising tribe of early adopters of sustainability who take that extra time and effort to carry a reusable bag or refuse a single-use bag and things like that. But they always wonder, does it really make a difference? My act of carrying a bag, refusing a single-use bag somewhere else, does it really make a difference? I still see cows eating, food out of those plastic bags. I still see heaps of single-use plastic garbage next to, educational institutes and hospitals. Am I really making a difference? So we're looking at how do we empower consumers to lead positive climate change. So introducing to you the ClimeTech-enabled Do Good bag, which empowers consumers and businesses to take measurable steps to combat climate change. How? With a simple swipe or 2-second swipe of a QR code, which is on the Do Good bag, it leads you to a world of sustainability, primarily an app using which consumers can buy products with confidence and make informed decisions while buying these products and use the product which is sustainable with confidence. Also, it allows them to measure their own carbon footprint, how much plastic they've saved, how much monies they've saved, and how they have contributed to climate change. It also allows them to champion the cause of sustainability. While brands through corporate gifting can stay connected with the gifted people, motivate them and engage them with content and gamification, maybe quizzes and things like that. More importantly, have access to a dashboard which has cumulative metrics, which means if a corporate has gifted the Do Good bag to 20 people, the corporate will have a dashboard which talks about all the 20 people, how much carbon footprint have they saved, how much plastic have they saved, and how much monies have they saved. And these can be transferred directly into ESG reports, which can be shared in their annual SDG reports, etc. And we are aware that governments now give incentives for providing these kind of information. So what does it really mean? What is the impact of 1,000 bags? So till now, actually, we've been talking about a lot of these very interesting products, and they're making on-ground difference in terms of decreasing energy. But we also need to understand, how do we measure how much energy have you decreased? Because otherwise, what are you going to take to the place and tell them, I'm using this kind of a battery and it's doing this kind of a work, I'm using this kind of a bag and this is the kind of a difference. So it's in the space of sustainability, it's quite difficult to measure the impact of sustainability. Here we provide that option where you get real-time impact by using a bag and a swipe of a QR code. So just the impact of 1,000 bags can stop 9.5 tons of single-use garbage, decrease 57 tons of carbon footprint, and save up to $59,000 of single-use spends. It also enables 9 women to be financially independent role models, empowers 1,000 consumers to be environmental stewards, and provide cost-effective SDG metrics for corporates into corporate gifting. So who's a target segment for something like this? Of course, consumers, but primarily the top 1,000 SEBI-listed corporates who are interested in, who are responsible towards climate action, plan to achieve their SDG goals, and interested in to analyze and share the annual sustainability impact metrics. In terms of market size, the projected green technology and sustainability market is expected to be 51 billion by 2029. And my SOM is the top 1,000 corporates listed on SEBI. Because SEBI mandates that the top 1,000 listed companies to disclose their business responsibility and sustainability reports, which could further drive demand for sustainability tracking and reporting platforms. So how is this scalable? With one bag, if we'll be selling it to X number of people, what happens tomorrow? So the climate tech behind the Do Good bag is a scalable model. It's a technology piece of it, where this can be used across products and industries. So from shoes to FMCG products to fashion and many more. And with Climetech, it gives the life cycle metrics and consumer behavior analysis to corporates who are using Climetech, and also enables corporates to move into a more circular ecosystem from a linear take, make, and dispose culture. But how? Basically, Climetech digital ID can track and trace a product across its life cycle, providing valuable inputs on how to design, produce, manage products more sustainably, and thereby minimizing waste, decrease environmental damage, improve efficiencies, and save costs. In terms of competition, we're currently aware of one in New York. It's called as Eon. It's been funded, and they're only specifically in the fashion industry domain. But this is a space that is brewing, so we can definitely expect a lot more competition. We do have competition who are carbon tracker apps and potential blockchain apps. What's unique about this product? One, it's the world's first bag, which gives you impact metrics. Two, very tangible social impact, environment impact. I think the combination of innovative technology, social impact, and environmental impact makes this a unique product. Currently, we are ready to go live, both with the bag and the app. And going forward, by 2030, we hope to provide Climetech to more than 200 product categories, measure 2.2 billion independent products impact, and engage 1 billion people towards positive climate change, and save more than 283,000 tons of carbon footprint. This is our team. My name is Anita Shankar. The other person you see is Uday Shankar, who is a co-founder. And we've been lucky to have a great, excellent mentors working with us. And I outsource my tech team at the moment, but when we are at the stage where we are ready in terms of financials, we will be getting them into our team. We've also won quite a few awards and accolades. A few of them are mentioned here. Some of them that I really am proud about are it's a National Geographic Ocean Plastic Innovation Challenge, where we're still the only Indians who have got that award for having made a Reka container box meant for the takeaway segment. We were also showcased on the Lakme Fashion Week Circular Design Challenge for our innovative bag, actually. It's called as a tote scarf. Happy to show one of them to you. I'm also currently a part of Unlimited India cohort, also part of Women for Climate Leadership in Bangalore, which is a C40 program, part of Stanford Seed Spark, and also United Nations Women Industry Disruptors, and a few more like that. So supporting us to eco and the do good bag would mean you're supporting tomorrow's sustainable future. Join us in our journey of impacting 1 billion people by 2030. Thank you. So either my presentation has been so good that no one's got any questions, or it's so boring that nobody likes it.
You give the bags, right, as a replacement to the single plastic use. Is that correct? You are giving the bag for a single plastic use, right? As an exchange. Is that correct?
No. Basically, we're giving you a bag which is reusable. This is a sustainably made bag by women folk from Bangalore, where we train, upskill them, etc. But the bag itself is made from sustainable materials, and it has a long life of up to 10 years. And this will be tech-enabled with a QR code. So every time you use this...
What is it made of?
This is made of cotton. And we also have a fabric.
Is it an exchange of...
No, you buy it.
You are giving the bag.
You buy it. So if you're a corporate who's interested, and I see quite a few corporates here, I'm hoping they'll be one of my first customers for this. But this particular bag that you see is made from cotton. It's a canvas one. But we also have a material which is made from recycled PET bottles. So this is made from just 2.2 recycled PET bottles here. So yeah. And
that's what I wanted to find, whether you use any of the plastic in your recycling. So that's what you do here, the PET bottles,
yes,
right?
Yes.
Okay.
This is GRS certified.
Okay, fair enough. That's okay, thanks.
The eventual user is a consumer, but we're going to be targeting only corporates in the beginning, so that we can help them buy corporate gifting using sustainable practices. And we are aware that a lot of interest is being generated by corporates as of now in terms of corporate gifts which are sustainable, as against consumers, which requires a lot more push for them to move towards sustainability. We have quite a few people from the waste management, and we know that consumer behavior changes is quite a big challenge. So, but we've seen that corporates are showing much more interest and are keener to pick up these. Also because the governments are giving them incentives to showcase how they are moving forward towards SDG goals. Sure. So the cost of the bag at the moment is going to be between 800 to 1,000 rupees, which is the same as what you would find in any other good bag like this. So reusable bags are primarily used only in three places. One is groceries, the other is vegetables, and third is the others, so maybe in airports and malls and stuff like that. If I have time, I can probably give you a quick backstory, because it's an iterative product. One of the first products that we came up with is called as a Veggie to Friggie, which looks at how can you come back from vegetable shopping with zero plastic. And it's still one of our best-selling products. But when we went back to speak to consumers, they said they love the product, but they always forget to carry the bag, which is a huge problem. So my research showed that about 40% of the time, people tend to forget it, which means it could be in your bike, in your car, or you just forgot it in the house, and it doesn't matter. So you're not going to go back, you're going to spend on the single-use bag. So we came up with another bag called as a Forget-Me-Not bag, which had a physical reminder system in it. People loved it, but then the physical reminder system didn't really make a difference after some time, because it was just like furniture in your home. So the third product that we came up with, so the next product that we came up with is called the Tote Scarf, which got us onto the Lakme Fashion Week. This is a scarf, fashionable scarf, which can be worn in multiple different ways. And this is the peep and play. It can even change the design. But most important, when you need it most, it converts into a bag in a jiffy. So wherever you are, you can constantly refuse a single-use bag. This still works as one of our best corporate gifting and general gifting for actually kitty parties. But yeah, and this is very easily machine washable. This is a circular product. It's got just 2.2 PET bottles, like I told, and it lasts forever. And if you get bored with it, you can sell it back to us, and you get 30% off on any of our products. We have about 130 different products that looks at that. What about men? We have for men. I just got the women.
Okay, so just sorry, please. On the sustainability perspective, if I want to have in a company that you have to use, reuse or recycle, this is the one, is a good one to showcase, right? Because it's all coming from pet bottles. So rather than that bag which you showed, it's a cotton bag, it's nothing but you are just saying that don't use plastic, to use this bag. Yes. Which is like normal any other bags. Yes. But this is the one you were talking about, the recycled and the reuse bags.
This is a upcycled, recycled bag, but not everyone will prefer something as
That's what I wanted to know, because there is a difference between that one and
more
this
like
one,
a
because I love
circular
this one
product.
compared to that. Yes.
So the material, we can do anything. I can even make it from anything. It's the concept of a bag attached.
We are talking about the waste here, so this is the one we talk about.
So though I'm more on the energy side in terms of.
Okay. So the USP, what you're telling Anita, is not the bag. It's about connecting that with the footprint of a product and giving information on products.
It's a combination, yes. One is to continuously have access to a bag. Two, how do you motivate consumers? Like we all talk, everybody knows that there's a problem, but not many people do something about it. How do we continue to keep the early adopters motivated, so they are the ones who are bringing change? So they are interested in knowing how much of a change am I doing? What does it really mean? And for corporates, of course, they get a cumulative metrics which can be used for their CGOs. So this is looking at how do we motivate consumers to carry a reusable bag, because that's a significant part of what goes into landfills than it is worth.
To understand, what I was trying to say is that the other bag, 50 rupees bag, the main thing you're telling is how do you capture the footprint of a product when you're making a choice. And you think that is a concept you can use for other products also.
Yes.
Right? So it would go on to but that you need more, not information on terms of product life cycle and all. You need information and data.
Yes.
And that's not easily available in many cases, in India context.
Yeah, so we will obviously not be having a wide range. For example, we started with the Do Good bag, which is our own product, so we have visibility into the supply chain. But we're already in talks with another organization which makes bags from the tarpaulin material, the thrown away tarpaulin material, and they are interested to look at how they can incorporate climate into their product. So in terms of who can buy it, like you were asking, one of course is corporates into corporate gifting, but brands who have their own products and certain specific, maybe their bags, then it's simpler because we already designed for it. But if you look at, for example, Asian Paints a can, then the line will be completely different and we'll need a lot more development
footprint.
Sorry? This one? This is a floated price right now because it's one innovation and things like that. It's $1,000, but comes included with packaging, but it's much cheaper than that.
Are you a software company or you are a recycling company?
So I've always been a sustainable alternate to single-use plastics company, but I realized tomorrow and today is actually tech, and we need to have tech in our products. And I've always struggled with understanding how my company is making an impact on the environment. It's always been a guesstimate. If I've sold 5 lakh products to date, so I'm just saying I sold 5 lakhs, so my impact is X just based on the amount of numbers we sold, which is incorrect. So this gives us real and genuine impact, and that's the reason we are doing it.
Not sure time, but how you source this? Like total send off from the,
Yeah,
this is where the, like all these kabaddi walas, how are you doing that?
So there is a whole chain which is already active. We know that India is one of the highest in terms of recycling of plastic, and through that chain, bottles which are crushed, pelletized, and converted into yarns, they reach a certain weight up in Surat, who convert the products to my liking in terms of DSL, etc. And we give the prints that
You start the life cycle from there.
yes. But we also did the GRS certification, which we as per the global recycling standards. And we can confidently buy this knowing that there's no other plastic next to it. It's only got recycling PET bottles. And therefore, again, easy to look at another round of recycling that we have.
So are you buying any chance from the textile industry?
No.
GSF and all that is used generally in the textile industry.
So in
That's
the
why I
market,
asked.
you learn those terminologies. More I get tech person or people who learn in the tech space. But yeah, I think that's how entrepreneurs are. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Anita. So next we have Mr. Sanchit and his team. So after Sanchit, I request. Wow, so this is the last energy saved pitching. So next we will begin with e-waste reduce. So I request Mahesh KC to be ready.
Okay. Hi everyone. My name is Sanchit. I'm from Comet Care's Innovation Hub, Banaswadi Center. So we are continuously working with the stakeholders from different sectors and making the projects along with the students. So one day what happened, one of the stakeholders from oil refinery factory, he has a oil mill. So he has a very small scale oil mill. So he came to our center and gave us a problem statement. So in his oil mill, he is filling the oil bottles one by one with his hand only. So it's most laborious process, and also spillage also be there. So he wanted to automate that process. So he don't want to lay off the his existing laborers. So after we took up as a challenge along with the students, after working on that problem statement, after 7th iterations, so we have come up with this solution. So this machine will allow that oil machinery factory to fill their oil bottles one by one with zero spillage, and they can fill multiple bottles at one shot. And also it uses zero electricity. So this is the main part of this project. So how this project works means, this is a simple mechanical device. In this project, this is the input for oil reservoir. We can take oil or any some liquids, ghee, phenol, etc., etc. So this is a gate valve, and this is a gravity distributor. So from here, the oil, means the liquid, will distribute equally among the 8 nozzles. Then it will fall into the bottles. So how it works means, it is just connected to the reservoir. So worker will come, and there is a one pedal system. He will press the pedal like this. So this, there is a one valve, ball valve will open the inside. So liquid will pass through this pipe, and the liquid will distribute equally among all 8 bottles. So this is how it works. First, then they will remove the tray, and capping process will be started. Then after, bottle will be removed. Then after, new bottles will inserted into the tray, and again put it back like this, and press the pedal. Process will goes on. So the value proposition of this project, it consumes 0 electricity. So it's fully mechanical. The level of the oil will be determined by naked eye only. And the high production. And instead of, in our stakeholder said, they required 2 minutes to fill 1 bottles. So here in 1 minute, we will fill 8 bottles at a time. And it is also cost effective. In earlier prototypes and all, we come up with a solution. Instead of this gate valve, we used solenoids, so much electricity. And here is the level sensor, fully automatic we did. Then later on, we did very simple way. So it is very low cost. And multiple bottles filling at a time. If some other stakeholder, they wanted to fill, instead of 8 bottles, they wanted to fill maybe 20 bottles at a time. We can scale it up, big tray. So there is no spillage issue in this design. In this business model, we are concentrating mainly on the small scale oil industries. So how we approach our customer is how the channel is. There are many vendors who already installed so many kinds of machines in the oil refinery factory, like pressing machine, cold pressing machine, something like that. So they know where are the oil factories are, what's the problem they will face. So first plan ours is to approach them to sell this product. Then there are online platforms, then machinery distributors are there. Okay. So our plan is to keep partner with the marketing and salesperson. Okay. 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 Then the cost structure is, it will cost, to make it very much finer, it will cost almost 10,000 rupees. So we can build the food grade materials in the ball valve and the nozzles and all. So this is our team. Thank you. I'm open to questions. Yes.
So very simple one.
Yeah.
But very effective.
Yeah.
For small scale of money, it's good.
Yeah.
But since we are not able to see the practicality, but I think, yeah, it's a good one, but we don't know to understand how much is the revenue model.
Okay.
How large you are going to go. Because large companies, medium companies, they are all looking, everything is automated.
Yeah,
They
yeah.
are even feeling that, putting the cap. So it can only go to the
Yeah.
manufacturers or whoever. Not sure about the business aspect of it, but it
Yeah.
is, see, I'm not sure how you come up with 20,000 rupees. If you think about 10,000 rupees, you know, the person will say, why have to pay 10,000 rupees?
Yeah.
So if it is a small company, right? So what is the kind of, you said someone is given this a problem statement, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Then there should be a problem there.
Yeah.
So, but otherwise good. You are not using anything, electricity or anything, you are pressing by your leg.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's all sustainable.
My only worry is somebody is pressing the leg. He has to, lift it up exactly at the moment when
Yeah. There is an error, but yeah, but it's very well.
Means it should
It
not be on the
acceptable.
mobile.
Yeah. Acceptable.
playing a game.
Yeah, correct. That is all. Everybody mobile.
Yeah. Yeah.
Mechanically automate that also. So do you have a working prototype versus the model? Do you have a working prototype?
Now, this is a complete prototype. Now, it is in fabrication stage, final one. So, we are implementing very food grade materials and all. So, this is approved by the stakeholder only.
How many micro oil mills have you visited?
2.
You see a need for this?
Yeah, yeah. There is a need. Still, they're pouring or filling the oil bottles manually only. Every oil mill.
They'll all lose their jobs, and that they didn't want to fire them.
No.
What are you replacing is my question.
Replacing, one is a spillage. That is also one problem.
But here you're not controlling spillage.
No, there is no spillage will occur.
Keep on telling me. Keep pressing, what happens?
So one is the
No,
spillage.
we're just having fun, but that's okay.
Okay.
I understand what you're saying. So I don't mean to, I don't want to drill you.
At the moment it reaches a particular level, automatically there should be some.
Yeah.
That is what, he doesn't want the sensor.
Yeah, we did also in sensors and all. So then we remove.
Electronic waste, right? Now this is a mechanical waste. You want to reduce e-waste. That's why he doesn't want to.
So how many such, do you think, do you check how many
Yeah.
such small,
Yeah, in around Bangalore itself, there are 350 plus oil refinery factories are there, small scale oil mills. So, yeah. And this is for oil mills only, and this is suitable for phenols also. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
good idea.
Imagine milk and all, anything. For starters, who will start early in the business in liquid something.
So you're also basically your 2 students and a bunch of support from professors, is that what it is?
We have mentors in our center. So we all together did this.
Congratulations.
Thank you, thank you. Thank you.
Any more questions? Yeah. Thank you so much, Sanjit. Yeah, so we conclude energy saved startup pitching. So let's start with e-waste reduced pitchings. So we have Mahesh Casey presenting. So I request next Sushma, startup name Mr. Bin, to be ready for the next pitch. You can start, sir.
There's a good thing actually. Could have worked on the screen, no?
Oh, no, that's not touch screen.
It's not connected.
It is.
Come. Hey, hi everyone. Good morning. So thanks for this opportunity for presenting here. So we are a e-waste management company. It's called Akrisha Innovation. Akrisha is waste in Sanskrit, and we have a vision to create a ecosystem for electronic cassette to complete its life cycle. So we are primarily targeting 2 areas and problem areas in this. One is logistics, and second is end-to-end recycling. So impact is definitely reduction of carbon footprint. So coming to the main problem, India is the third largest e-waste generator in the world after China and US, and the collection rate is just, we have very poor collection rate, it's 10%. And in addition to that, informal sector manages 90% of the e-waste. So there's a serious problem in the logistic part, reverse logistics and forward logistics. And in addition, the current practice of end-to-end recycling, that is when it comes to extraction of metal from printed circuit board, that conventional method is not economically viable. So recyclers are discouraged to recycle, and waste is ending up in landfill. So we have developed So we have developed a blockchain-based asset tracking solution to track e-waste. So this is primarily we will track the second life cycle of an asset, and there's a QR code which will have the specs of an asset, and that copy will be stored in blockchain, and inside the computer also we'll use stickers, and we'll store the configuration inside the computer. So when the asset comes for end of life, it's still there. So when the asset comes for end of life or recycling or even refurbish, a simple scan even using a mobile QR code scanner, we'll get an account of how much has come back. So this can be managed by taking OEM into confidence, like all the, we are focusing on PC now, by taking all the PC OEM into confidence, which is a huge market, definitely. And the reason for this, there's a need, timing is right, there's a need, because Indian government through pollution board have come up with EPR mechanism, and they have enforced all the OEM to track their produce 70%, and this is going to be enforced by end of 2023. So every OEM is responsible for their asset until even the second life cycle, not the earlier case where they were not made accountable. So OEM can be our strategic partners when it comes to delivery, and they can be our customers. And there's a strong revenue model, because our second life cycle assets today is close to, we are selling, we have about 15 million assets in the second life cycle in India every year, that's every year. So that's a huge market for us. This costs about 1 rupee for us, including the sticker, everything. If you go for real-time tracking and all, that's expensive, but we don't need that high tech. Even if we charge 10 rupees, we have a good window of margin to cover our life cycle. Eventually, we want to make this open source when we are self-sustained, so that there is a mass adoption, and mass adoption and the idea works. So this is one area we are tackling, and the another area is the non-working asset. Non-working part is a serious problem. That is, in e-waste, when plastic and other metals are segregated, finally left is other plastic and other metals have a good end of life, and they have a good regeneration, this thing. But PCB per se, right now the chemical method which have been in practice is not economically viable, and this is discouraging recyclers to from recycling, and waste is ending up in landfill. So we are exploring biorefinery, bioleaching, where we will be using bacteria to extract metal, and which is eco-friendly, and even the extraction percentage is more. We get about 94% of extraction. This is economically viable. It can be set up in small cities, and we have a 1-year roadmap. And Europe and Australia have taken a step in this direction. And New Zealand, there's a company called Mint has already started biorefinery. This can go hyper local up to even at a taluk we can have a small biorefinery and process all the waste locally. Waste need not have to travel. And another reason why conventional method is not working is today the electronic life cycle has reduced. I mean, life of any asset, electronic asset has reduced, and naturally the concentration of all the rare metal, gold, silver, copper has reduced drastically. So that is discouraging the recyclers from recycling, because spending more than what value they get. So this is one way we can tackle where we can recycle economically. And to tackle the logistics part, so we will be setting up a portal, and this will be a core revenue model to begin with. We'll be setting up a e-commerce portal exclusively for refurbished assets, and where we'll trading, and this will go with last mile delivery, detailed QC with limited warranty. This will be omni-channel. This can be like a Lenskart or even Cast24 for computers. And this will keep our company going. I mean, research is there, but first we need to be self-sustained because it's a private limited company. So it's called Urban Mine, and it'll be traded on this brand, urbanmine.in. Today we find more metal in. I mean, even that's a good statistics. More than traditional mining, e-waste mining has more. We get more concentration of metal in these days. And this model primarily will be extended to the last mile, like up to taluka, district and taluk. And we will be empowering rural, and we will be picking up engineers and training them. We will be setting up an outlet for those engineers. It will be on a FOCO model, franchisee-owned company operated. And we will map all the government mechanism funds like PMEGP, Mudra loan, where they will own the outlet, they will manage, and we will manage the show. And those points will be the reverse logistics and forward logistics points, where refurbished assets will be traded and waste will be collected. So this is currently the serious pain point, because when any organization goes for expansion with their capital, this one, so they are not able to go beyond metro or even to some extent tier 2 city. I mean, if you look at the stats, how industry have grown, and big players have already acquired by foreign companies, and this space has serious gap. Like Digicom was there, that got acquired by CTDI. So that way, there is a serious gap in the reverse and forward logistics industry. So we need some innovation and some drastic change like this, and we want to come out with new business like PC as a service, device as a service, where we can map, align with internet service provider and give a laptop as a service along with internet connection. This will work. This should work, because I've seen people spending a fortune or even big amount with loan, and even if they are not affordable, but for the simple reason that they don't have a trusted player to buy a refurbished one. I mean, especially in rural and other places. So when such an option is there, when there is a trusted player, everybody would love to pick this up. And we have done research on this for the last 4-5 years, and we wanted to start pre-COVID, but for obvious reason we are late. And we have already sold in rural market up to 100 computers on a trial basis, and acceptance is tremendous, and feedback is really good. And time opportunity is right. PCB and government has regulated and tightened everything. Like EPR is already there, you would know definitely. And government has set up this 70% collection it will be enforced by 2023. So all these are helping us, and our solution is purely in line with this. And scalability, sustainability, impact, and tracking will be going open source, and local engineers will be empowering, and through all the EDP project, and impact will definitely entrepreneurship, social and rural impact. And timing is right. India has announced Waste to Wealth mission, and recently MC has announced Right to Repair framework, which was there. Europe, it's a big movement. So this will eventually cut down e-waste. Right to repair, every consumer can demand spare for their asset. Right now, they are encouraging them to buy a new one, which is again generating waste. And EPR is there, and CER is definitely there. I mean, CER can make us a huge difference for us to penetrate for our even asset tracking and other solution. So we can have a penetration in those high entry barrier. And of late, after GST and after COVID, there's a high PC penetration in rural market. I've seen small merchant, a cement trader is having a laptop, and they are CA friendly now. Nobody has time to write down accounts. So they are having, and there's a serious need for assets there. And till now, we are winner of Chunauti 3 STPI, and we are yet to receive the fund. And DPIT recognized, and we are recently selected by Wilgrove for an impact study with Chicago and Harvard University. Impact study is on, and it should be over by June end. Impact is done on the multiple parameters for environment, economical and employment, and again waste management. So market is huge. By 2023, it will be 3 billion, and current 15 million units. So it's a huge market. Even if we start at 10%, we have a good numbers to go, and to become self-sustained and work on the total solution. So we'll make revenue out of sale of refurbish, and EPR partnership with OEM, ODM, service revenue, and right now we'll focus on Karnataka, and we want to scale up. We want to scale up in a bigger way. I mean, that will be a huge, and then we'll seek for external fund. Right now we are going with government mechanism for funds. And this is a simple life cycle chart. So this is about myself. I worked in IT for almost 20 years, and I was passionate and following this industry for last 10, 15 years. I've seen how it has evolved. I mean, I used to compare with Western industries, and I've seen how it has evolved over a period of time. I see a right timing and right opportunity for this space now. And this is our team, and we have Professor Muttagi, scientific advisor. He will be spearheading the research activity. So rest all are ready, and we have other team who are with competition. They want to come when we go live. We are going live in this month. Thanks. Yeah.
So you talked about this tag, right? So are you trying that with the OEMs or bulk consumers? Where do you start the thing?
We are starting with OEM one. We are starting with urban wine first. Our own customers. OEM, tapping to with OEM, all Dell, Lenovo, PC. So all put together, consolidated.
So whether they will be, because they have their own serial numbers and tracking.
No,
Are you giving your code, or you will be taking their asset code?
That is a financial serial number for them, for production and as well as selling. But that is not in use. I mean, Second Life, they don't care about that. So we will talk to OEM. Once it comes to Second Life, we will put inside the computer. We don't put it outside. We put it inside the computer. Our objective is, when it comes to recycling and all, we should get an account of how much has come back.
Okay, but it is tough. Everyone will not allow you to go and put it into inside
No,
to their
government
customers.
has asked them to track 70%. By 2023, it will be enforced.
That is the different way of doing tracking. You are talking about the tracking of an asset. Buyback is nothing to do with their own. They can buy any model. It is not restricted to Dell. They can even get the certificate even if it is Lenovo. So it is a universal. So government is not putting that much level because India has a problem. So it's maybe Kumar Swamy also can talk about it. But it's a very good idea what you are talking about. But to going and tying up to that level, they have their own multinational stuff, how they can allow the IT security.
Once we are the OEM partner, we've already spoken to a couple of
Got
OEM.
it. No, I don't want to discuss.
I understand. It's a good point, but I would like to answer this. Once we are a OEM partner, we will directly have access to their assets. So
Correct,
that's where
we are
start.
talking about how many OEMs. So
I mean,
they have
right,
to be
consolidatedly, Dell, Lenovo, HP, Acer constitute about, they sell about 1 crore, 10 million PCs in new PCs.
Understood. No problem. You have a plan, thoughts good.
Thank you.
So you also looked at that cluster. You're talking about biorefinery. Now, I think the government has already coming up with a lot of cluster tech parks. They already, the CIMET in Hyderabad is already doing the precious metal extraction. So I think, have you connected with any of that, with MeitY or someone who is doing this extraction of precious metal?
We are talking to CCAMP. CCAMP is helping us in this direction. IIT Hyderabad, we have already reached out.
I'll connect with you because
that would help.
it's already there. A lot of our recyclers already getting the technology. They can start the extractions.
That would help, sir, please. We are already in the process of Barak also. We have applied in Barak.
Yeah, I worked for 8 years in computer waste management. Actually, 10% is actually coming back to the official recycler. So 90% is goes to the unofficial recyclers. So how you are going to track all those things?
Sir, I mean, let it go there. Only thing is we have to find a way where you can empower them to such a way that they follow certain things.
You cannot impose them. Now, when the government is not able to impose, how you can impose? So you have to take the help of the government actually, and also all the main manufacturers.
That's a larger subject, but I'm talking about the assets which are rightfully liquidated, like through proper channel. Like, see, Dell, Lenovo, 200, normally they give with higher purchase scheme, and they take it back after 3 years, and then goes through second life cycle. That's a huge number. I mean, they sell about 1 crore pieces per year.
That's what everybody is actually interested only in selling. Taking back, they are not interested.
Now government has pushed them to do
government is already from 20 years they are doing. They are unable to push anything.
Now there is a momentum. There's a certain amount of responsibility and understanding which is coming. Even among consumers also that is evolving. So it's a collective activity.
How many metals are recovered in your system?
Right now,
Recycling.
we haven't gone to the prototype. Right now, it's in the design stage. We are focusing on all the
Any recyclers are there to recover the metal in India?
So we have identified bacteria.
What bacteria? You tell me bacteria will not work in the chemicals. You have to work for the only chemical extraction.
So chemical extraction, right now, the economically is not viable, one.
Who told?
It
You are
is
telling.
viable when there is bulk.
I will tell it is economically viable.
No, but we don't have
When
the
the
bulk.
Umicore Belgium is importing all the waste and he is actually
So
recovering a 16
Umicore
metal
is-
economically viable, how you are saying that it is not economically viable?
Umicore is adding 90% vote. We don't have so much of vote to add, one.
That's
Second,
what he say, don't say that economically not viable.
no, it is
already
viable when we
system
have
is
that
there.
facility. We don't have that 90% votes, one.
That's what
Second,
actually in India,
we don't have...
in India nobody is interested to recover.
Okay,
They,
sir,
everybody want to export it to Umicore Belgium.
I'll take a few seconds and answer your question. Unicore
No, we
case
will-
is
we will
different. They are
discuss, we will
centralized.
discuss
We
during
don't
the
have
lunch hour.
we don't have the
Discuss during
centralized
the lunch
collection
hour.
mechanism.
Okay, thank you, thank you.
Sorry. Yeah.
EPR, that 70% is not for tracking, it's for complete collection and treatment and
Correct.
disposal.
Correct. When we track, that itself gives an account of how much has come back. 70%. They can show 70%. Whatever percent.
Correct, yeah. And
That
also-
that's a direct answer for what they have, what government has enforced them. And see, we need simple solution for complex problem. We don't have to, like some years back, US, they put RFID and all to scan, track their asset, where it is going. I mean, after 3 years or 4 years down the line, they found everything in China. So developed countries. We are using private blockchain. Huh? Huh? Huh. Hmm.
So still the thought process is commercial for people. And secondly, that they don't care as long as some percentage has come. So 70% that is in the stages. It's not, it has to happen today, right? There are 5 to 6 years you have to take back programs. If they take
Okay.
back program, it comes about 20%, 30%, 70%. It is not overnight. Again, our recycling capacity is not there. We talk about 3 million metric ton, 3 lakh million metric ton, but we don't even have more than 500,000 recycling capacity. So one is taking back, doing. Yes, absolutely right to repair, which again Mr. Kumar Swami's team has worked out to talk about how to do a refurbish. You talked about something in your next slide saying that you will come as a refurbishing as a whole. So one of the things what I want to understand, what are the business you want to do? You talked about cutting and getting, then you are talking about the EPR, then you talk about the portal, and you're going to the renting the machine to the rural. What exactly the business you want?
Sir, okay.
And also you want to do that extraction of the
Correct.
yourself and then recycler.
Correct.
And one hand you want to be asset right model, you are competing with the recycler. The other hand you say I want to do the recycling because you are taking a precious metal.
Okay.
So the recycler may be worrying to come on your platform because you are also buying at the same time you are doing recycling.
Okay, I'll just answer. So right now, we are building an ecosystem. So I cover the whole gamut of services. Blockchain-based asset tracking, we'll be eventually making it open source so that there's a mass adoption. So that is taken care. But there's a serious revenue model in that. But that has direct synergy with refurbished industry. Once we get confidence of that, once we have an asset, we can easily get into refurbish sales. I mean, we have to keep our revenue going. We are not a Section 8 company. So it's a private limited company. With that, we have a 2-year roadmap for end-to-end recycling with biorefinery. Biorefinery is something that world again is moving towards, and we are just one step ahead. I mean, we'll use bacteria to extract metal from bioleaching. No, there's bacteria are already available. We have identified a lab in Mysore. We have identified all the bacteria. It can be cultured and locally available. The bacteria, I mean, that is a different, for biorack presentation, we have details of that. No, once we, I don't think patent is, but we can have a patent for design patent because bioleaching is a common method. We can have a design patent. And so to answer your question, so this is one part, refurbished. So it will be covered. But it will be empowering, there's a social model to yeah, we are going live with this with our blockchain-based asset tracking solution and e-commerce portal. So we'll be going on a revenue model now. This part. with this month. That is there. And we need a 6 month research for biorefinery. That's a separate activity. So we have different teams. We already considered about 8 to 10 members, and 5 are already onboarded and 5 are in pipeline. And that is an end-to-end process, which I mentioned. So I would rather say that we will focus on only one is that asset tracking, that is one part using blockchain. Second is end-to-end recycling. That's another part. So broadly, it's only 2 classification.
Yes, so we are running out of time, so we shall move to next. Yeah, thank you so much, Mahesh, for your presentation. Up next, I call upon Sushma. Startup name, Mr. Bin. I request again, please stick with the time and make it fast.
Good afternoon to one and all present here. My name is Sushma. I'm from Cambridge Institute of Technology. As we know, nowadays amount of waste is increasing due to increase in population, human population, where dry waste and wet waste, e-waste are more, and where it leads to unhygiene environment. From here. As we know, urban India generates 62 million tons of municipal waste solution each year, and about 43 million tons of 70% is collected, and 11 million tons is treated. About 31 million tons is dumped in landfill sites. And our project is to overcome the our project is used to overcome the waste, wet waste and dry waste, where it will segregate the dry waste, wet waste and e-waste separately. Each waste is detected with respective sensors, where these sensors will separate the wet waste, dry waste and e-waste, and it will donate the waste which is not useful, like electronic waste, to other people to use, recycle and reuse it. And my team member Vinay will explain the remaining.
Actually, Mr. Bin is like segregation part without any manual power. Huge manual power is required for the segregation of waste. In this part, we're going to use moisture sensors for segregating dry waste and wet waste, and we're going to use camera for segregating for the e-waste. The camera is going to identify the e-waste. We loaded the program for the camera, so it's going to identify the e-waste, and it's going to be pushed into 3 separate compartments for dry waste, e-waste and wet waste. After the garbage box is full in the e-waste, it's going to indicate the garbage center who is going to come and collect, and it's going to indicate in the form of message where this location garbage box is full, and they're going to come, they're going to collect the e-waste and take it for the recycling or reuse. And the main part is like reducing e-waste. For reducing e-waste, there are totally some important points, like segregating one. We have to segregate e-waste and other waste separately so that it's easy for recycling. And there is a donation box also in this. If any e-waste, it's in proper condition, working condition, unused in your home, you can just put in this donation box. So whoever wants it, they can just come and collect over there. And this segregation one, where you have to go, it's going to send a message to the truck drivers or indicate them to by come and collect the garbage. That's it. Thank you.
So where is it going to be placed?
Sir, ma'am.
Where is it going to be placed, on the road or
It can be placed everywhere. Dustbins, wherever the dustbins can be placed, it can be replaced over there in the public places. going to be like...
I'm going to bring a full bag full of all mixed, and then I come and throw.
It's going to be a sharp materials over there. When you put that, it's going to tear, it's going to vibrate like, it's going to tear the bag. So it's going to be like dry waste and wet waste, it's going to segregate. It's going to use moisture sensors. It's going to moisture each particles of that item. If the moisture is like wet, then it's going to go for wet waste. There are servo motors over here.
Wet paper. What if it is wet paper?
Then
or
it,
wet plastic?
then it will go for wet waste itself.
First of all, who will come and put e-waste there?
Sir, actually...
1 minute there. Now, how many chargers and all at your home? Mobiles. Everything is falling, you buy, again you keep it in the drawer. Because you may not get to try, you will still keep on storing, right? There are so many chargers available. If there is a box, no one is going, right? So what is the use of this box? Where are you going to put? If you put it in the road, someone can pick it up and go also, right? E-waste. E-waste has money, right?
Yes.
So how are you going to promote that?
That's what, sir. It's going to segregate and it's going to call the truck driver.
I'm not talking about segregating. I'm not even going near that. Again, you are making e-waste. There is a sensor. You are putting something there. So how even rain can come there? Everything is there. So where are you putting one? How are we going to make use of that? Who owns that?
So it can be placed in public places. If government also can own this, like placing this in public places where the need of segregation, sir.
As per your study, what the percentage of e-waste you observe?
E-waste.
Instead of throwing that products.
Actually, I observed like they're going to mix e-waste and other waste and they're going to throw it. Better they can just do that.
E-waste is not mixed. People don't mix e-waste with other waste.
No, if it's not working, they're going to throw with other components also.
The only e-waste that will come is bulbs and lights. Nobody is going to throw any other valuable stuff. Low value waste only they will throw.
It's going to be like electronic toys also, sir. It's not.
Toys nobody will throw in waste. It's very difficult. Unlikely that people will throw toys in electronic waste.
Wires.
And why do you say segregation is difficult? Why is segregation difficult?
Ma'am, it requires huge amount of manual power, ma'am. And manual power also, it's going to be like dry waste and wet waste combining together. It's going to cause diseases also for them.
No, 1 minute. You are presuming that everything comes mixed and somewhere someone else has to
Segregate.
What if we do it at home? Why should it be a big job?
They're not doing it. That's the point.
And we can see rag pickers also, ma'am. They'll do segregation of wet waste and dry waste, everything. And it'll cause unhygiene also for them, health problems. It can overcome to this also.
It's a very wicked solution. I don't know where you'll place it. That's some problem.
In city sides, outskirts.
Imagine where. It will be a sensor and go. Next day, sensor will not be there.
You have to think through.
Yeah.
No, it's a huge and a genuine problem. Segregation at source is the problem you are attacking. It's a good thing. Just you need to go back and understand why that problem persists. Okay, I can even tell you practically, this is a problem we've been trying to address for several years. Ours was one of the first zero waste wards, and post-COVID we went back to the most non-zero waste ward. The issue with segregation at source is multiple. I can't have a huge discussion on this here, but there is a behavioral change that's required, and that does not happen. There's no incentive to do so. And because the auto tipper guy doesn't want to pick up mixed waste, these guys say, we're not going to pick it up, I'm just going to dump it at the street corner. Right? That's what's going on today. It's a true and a very genuine issue. Now, my only feedback to you is, continued on this path, maybe not a tech solution, you have to kind of figure out a different solution to it or a combination solution, and separate the whole e-waste part from your dry and wet waste scope, if you will, right? I mean, deal with e-waste and other things separately and focus on dry
Yeah, thank you, Sushma and team, for your presentation. Up next, we have Team Ecom Jet.
When was that last time you were running late and you couldn't find your charger because at home you have 4 to 5 different chargers? So, hello everyone, my name is Ayush Sharma and we are from team Ecom Jet, and let me take you on a ride on how we can reduce the electronic waste and go on net zero. So India is the world's third largest producer of e-waste with annually producing 3.2 million tons per year. India processed 3.4 lakh tons of e-waste and emitted greenhouse emissions of 3.9 billion metric tons. You might be aware that every household currently has 4 to 5 different chargers, given there is no Indian law on a common charger or universal charger. So a universal charger is something which will reduce the electronic waste, and Government of India, New Delhi is currently brainstorming of mandating that by 2024 year end. It is mandated in EU, European Union, that only Type-C charger should be used. And universal charger will also help you to meet the ESG goals of individuals and organizations. A universal charger can charge all of your devices, is the only one all-in-one charger you'll ever need at home or at an office. So introducing ChargeWise. A novel concept, first of its kind in India. Presenting ChargeWise. It's portable, convenient, one charger instead of 4, rugged design, low electronic consumption, performance, and smart. And it will use GaN technology instead of silicon. And it has also a built-in smart LED display. So this is the display. It will show some pertinent information for some techies who desire the efficiency and some information. So this is the power rating of our charger. We have done a lot of market testing, market validation. I'll come to that later. So ChargeWise comes with 4 charging points, which can auto-detect your type of the device and deliver the optimal power required by the device. It has front 2 charging points. It has also a flip cover which will protect from the dirt. It has side 2 ports to avoid any tangling of wires and easy to carry. It has a three-pin female connector, just like a laptop, for making it more portable. You can carry it train, aircraft, anywhere, office, anywhere on commute. So it has a generative mesh technology for heat dissipation and maintaining the system temperature. So this is our estimated budget. Currently, we are incubated at IIC Bangalore. We are working with them, and we have just yesterday we have completed our design, and from tomorrow we'll be starting our manufacturing. So the final launch price will be somewhere around 2 to 3,000, wherein our friendly nations, they offer around 13 to 30,000, which is very expensive. And remember, they are only from the unfriendly nations. So this is what I would like to hear. So as per Harvard's research and study, 97% of the businesses fail because they do not do a market validation. Having studied and completing a diploma in Harvard University, and also as per the feedback of IIC Bangalore, I wanted my team to focus more on the market validation, which is why we have taken 2 months good time to study the market segmentation, and we did a lot of market analysis, understood how is the market going, and then we did some segmentation, studied like how is the electronic markets in India currently looking like, what are the top brands, what are the top models, what is the top power rating, and then we decided our power rating as per the models currently floating in the market. So everyone in the room, I'm very sure they'll have a charger at home. So India is the second largest users of mobile phones. So everyone in the hall sitting here will have definitely one charger specifically for their mobile. So this is the problem we are trying to tackle. So this is our product marketing roadmap. So currently we'll be launching through offline stores, maybe a Big Bazaar and DMart. The reason is whenever you try to sell something online and you have a physical product, so the consumer will be quite hesitant unless they feel the product, they see the design physically. So which is the reason we want to go and test the market. We want to do the market sounding through offline stores, and then we'll be moving online. And we have established partners. We are in talk with big giants in India, in Taiwan, and also I'm taking help of IIM Bangalore, few professionals on the business side. We have established collaborations with few of the companies in Bengaluru and abroad. So technological impact, you can see we'll be using the GaN technology, gallium nitride, and environmental, like needless to say that it will save the lot of e-waste, and it will also save the energy. So our company is profitable. We are a bootstrapped company. We are very proud of that. So we have a profit margin currently up to 95%. We are incubated at IIC Bangalore. And yeah, so we are a team of very young, energetic people, 22 to 24 years old. So my team is not here, like we are very diverse and scattered throughout India. The rest are currently in Delhi and Kolkata. So I was awarded a Defense Minister's National Award last year during Defense Expo in Gandhinagar, and in presence of Prime Minister Modi. And my team, Anish, he is a marketing and sales expert, and we have other teammates working as interns currently in our team. So our competitors, like I told, Anchor is a Chinese company, and which is offering currently the universal charger. Only it has a single port. It offers only one single port which can charge different types, but only one device at a time. We have Nation Union, which is from Hong Kong, again part of Republic of China, and then you have Moshi, US company, which is very expensive, 30 to 35,000. So we are very proud. We'll be the first brand, and we are aiming to be in market before Diwali, because we have observed the pattern that the Indian consumers buy more electronics and during the Diwali festival. So we want to be in the market before Diwali. So thank you. This is ChargeWise. So open for questions. E-waste segment. Sir, we have not done the e-waste segment analysis. What we have done instead is we have understood the electronics market in India in general. So we have segmented based, number one came the smartphone, which is around for 52%, and number two is your laptops, number three is your wearable. So we'll be focusing on these. Sir, I don't have that data, but I have a data which says like the, just a moment. So 115 million chargers were sold individually in India in 2020, financial year 2022, and it is expected to reach, if it's no law is mandated in India this next year, so it will reach 170 million. That is individual chargers. So that's the quantum of, because you will be aware everyone here will have a different charger at home. So bringing the universal charger, so many, like you can say initially we'll be offering 4 ports, so you can charge anything. You can charge your smartphone, you can charge laptop, trimmers, speakers, anything. It has a smart design which can adapt the power and it can deliver the power. And going forward, we are currently limited by the technology on the wattage. Going forward, we'll be offering 8 ports, which can be used for office conferences room and maybe, at a family, which has a lot of devices. Sir, I think you missed my point. Like I said, last year it was the Type-C and universal charger was mandated in the European Union. Currently, I am a Big Four management consultant and I have advised Government of India, World Bank, ADB, etc. And I've advised on the ESG and this same technology. So Government of India is currently brainstorming. New Delhi is brainstorming to mandate this by next year end. And we want to be the first to be in market. By next year, only it will be mandated by New Delhi, you will have only Type-C. I understand that there will be few mobiles in the market, but eventually every electronics have a life. It will extend from the market, and from next year it will be only Type-C and the universal chargers mandated by law in India. So universal charger will also be mandated from next year. So that's what I heard. New Delhi will mandate universal charger with only C-type delivery to the output. From next year it won't. Just one mobile phone you have to buy a universal charger. Yes. Yes, just like for an iPhone. And currently I'm not allowed to share the details here, like in public, but the New Delhi is brainstorming on that. So I understand your question, but we are also thinking on that part. So that's what I told initially. We are offering 2, 4, and 8. So the purpose of having 2 is the same thing we have also thought. Like anyone, like you'll be expecting your charger to be in your room, right? So that can be possible. But also going forward, we need to let's say for office conference room. So wherein we can offer 8 ports, so everyone can just use a single charger. And while in video it looks quite large, but the dimension is 13 by 12 centimeters only. Ma'am, the guidelines from New Delhi is still to be, it's pending. So we are not aware like what guideline New Delhi and what policy law will come from the New Delhi. So mostly I think they'll be banning, like just like iPhone, they'll be only offering mobile and there will be some incentives given. I'm not aware of that. So just like currently we are, that's why like we were, more on the doing the market segmentation and we have done our analysis very well. And we want to be before Diwali. So like I told, there are universal charger already existing in market. So, but we want to be the first Indian brand and coming out for Bangalore in the market before Diwali. That is my main point at this point. Going forward, maybe next year we can change the course and maybe we can offer as per the market and as per the law. But the thing is, if you observe in market, so what are the top brands? Xiaomi, then you have Samsung. So this offers, currently they offer Type C. So I am saying if the charge, they are not able to offer chargers by next year, you will only have Type C. And that will be mandated as law. Same like the European Union. But it will be like... I understand the question, but the thing is also we need to look that how many phones are floating in the market. So it's 140 million phones. So you cannot just float a Type A charger for let's say half of the segmentation. We have done the analysis, and which is why we will be offering Type C, and which is also mandated in the EU. So all the majority of the phones and the models are Type C currently. Also the newest laptop models are Type C. Also mandatory that you have to ship inbox charger in Europe. You are saying that India might require, I don't know that part of it, but it is mandated that you have to ship this inbox charger. But that would be. So they have to wait till next year. Yeah, sorry to interrupt, but I think you guys can take the discussion offline. We are running late, so we have left with a last presentation. So thank you, Anish team. Now, yeah, last pitching. I request Team Global. Please make it quicker.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. Myself, Neha Claire-Mitch. I'm working in a SERB project and in Global Academy of Technology under Dr. Remya. She's my guide. She's here. And also, we have in our team Prajwal. He's an engineering student. He's studying in Global Academy of Technology. So he's also working with us in our lab. So our objective is to develop an economical and sustainable process to to discard e-waste from that recovery of metal ions, which we can use in environmental sector, like environmental as well as in sustainable energy. So here we can see this is the global e-waste scenario. So in 2021, 57.4 million metric tons of e-waste was produced. This is, as we know, like India is the third largest producer of e-waste, and 3.23 million metric ton in 2019 was produced. And out of that, only 11% was recycled, and 85% in informal hand, which was not recycled, and 3 to 4% was hoarded at homes. So these are the states, major producer states. One of that is Bangalore as well. This is the data of Karnataka. So we can see e-waste generation is almost 3 lakh metric ton per year. And the value of that, if we recycle it, it is around 3,000 crore. And like which we recover from that is only around 300 crores. Okay, so we know that e-waste is non-biodegradable, and hence it is damage to the environment or wherever it is getting dumped. Land pollution, it can cause soil pollution or water pollution. Okay, so this is the methodology which we are, like in a long term, it's basically like which we are working on as a research project. So right now, since it's the initial stage, we are working on water purification, which will help us in sustainability of environment. The other things which can be done is recovery of precious metals, and it can lead to economy. And from electrode, as we know, nickel and copper, they are good. They have good catalytic properties. So we can use an electrode material and electrochemical water splitting, and that can be given in energy terms. So this is the methodology which we used. So we took a PCB, and then we manually separated copper, aluminum, and then magnetically we separated iron, and non-magnetic we kept it separately. The non-magnetic particles we had dissolved in concentrated nitric acid. So this is the leaching we had done, and the solution we can see. So the solution we had sent for also ICP analysis. So basically from this we got to know that these are the elements which are present in the solution. Mainly it was copper and nickel, and also gold was present. So after that, we had the solution we had precipitated using sodium hydroxide, and the precipitate which we got, we had sent it for SEM and EDAX also. So this is the image, and this is the EDAX, from which we get to know that nickel, gold, palladium, copper, all these elements are present in the precipitate. So that metal oxide which we got from e-waste, we are planning to use it in dye degradation studies. So in lab, we had used these 3 dyes, Evans blue, rhodamine B, and paronitrophenol. These, this is the graph of every 5 minutes which we had taken of these dyes. Okay, so these dyes, we had reacted it with sodium borohydrate, which is a reducing agent. So it usually, degrades the dye. But when we use the metal oxide, which we got from e-waste, we saw that in much lesser time, it could degrade a lot more than how much it usually would do along with just sodium borohydrate. So this is the graph, the first curve, that is of only the dye. The second one is of the dye and the sodium borohydrate, that is the reducing agent. And the third one, the lowest one, is of along with the metal oxide. So yes, so we know that there are these states, they are major textile industries, and the picture also we can see that is of Gujarat. They are like enormous problem of dyes. The industries and all, they'll be just spilling it in water bodies, and that will be even giving a huge impact on the environment. So from the e-waste issue, we are trying to solve even another problem of dye degradation. Okay, that's it. Thank you. Yes, so we are, yeah, it's a research project. We have tried in lab scale, and till now, whatever I showed, it is working. So, yes, like the environment factor, yes, sir, it is working. So if we get good fund and all, we can go with higher, even the energy, the electrode splitting and all, we can work on that also, so. It's just the initial stage, so basically. The dye degradation.
Here in India, e-Parisar has started. Okay, in Dabatpet, they have done, and there are 2, 3 companies. Even Vans Chemistry also started working with our Indian kids. You have to connect with Dr. Sandeep Chatterjee, who will guide on what needs to be done. I think they have brought a lot of solutions. You have shown the textile effluents, the dye based effluents. Did you do any work on the fabric which is dyed?
No, sir. We are in the initial stage actually. The right one, the actual one.
Because I'm from textile, I thought it will be a correct. Because he's feeling guilty. Because of not your. He's like thinking over it. He's worried about thinking that his name will come now.
It's our past life. Past life. Not now.
Are there any more questions?
Yes, sir. So we actually, from the e-waste, we got the metal oxide. So that's a waste, so we are trying to use something from that.
That's one of the aspects. Yes. Where we'll be using the nickel and the copper.
That's what the economics and everything you have to work out now. Then only it is possible. Otherwise not possible. The economics is very important.
Yeah. I will be doing, we have done an initial economics using Monte Carlo simulations.
One doubt. For one PCB, how much amount of metal you will get it? Because such kind of water purification you need in tons of material to purify. And one PCB, because you showed your EDX,
Yes, sir.
semi-die you showed different kinds of metal.
Yes.
How did you separate it? Because it's not easy process, because all metals are very unique metals.
Yes, sir.
Separating completely as a separate metal.
Yes,
It's
sir.
not easy. How did you do that?
Yeah, actually, whatever we have tried is just a mixed metal oxide. It contains the major components are nickel and copper. So the idea is first we will be concentrating on separating precious metals and precious
Yeah, so we conclude here. Thank you so much, Neha.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you so
Yeah.
much for giving me this opportunity to present here. Thank you so much.
Yeah, so we are done with all the pitches. So we are waited with the results. So before that, let's have a lunch and get back at Gayatri. What time? It's 1:15. Okay, we'll get back by 2 o'clock. Okay, for the evaluation. So 15 minutes. By 2:15, we'll announce. That will start at 2:30. Okay, then yeah, the announcement will be done at 2:30. So I request everybody to have lunch and get back to the same place at 2:30. Thank you one and all.
Had lunch? Who are still waiting to have lunch? I hope everyone had lunch. Who is feeling sleepy? Very good. So that's what expected after having lunch, heavy lunch, I hope. And we just want to take you through and to sliders and want to meet you the people whom you think or whom can give you a guidance for the career and so on. Guys, here, last benches. Whoever gonna be speaking there will be on the stage now. Okay, thank you guys. So we here are from IEEE. How many people are know what IEEE is? Very nice. I think people know well aware of how many people knows IEEE. And how many are student members already or professional members? Very nice. So around 10% of them in the crowd is members already. So guys, today we would want to take you through some details on what IEEE is and what IEEE will benefit you in the overall journey. And also you guys have seen us in the last 3 days mentoring all you guys and also judging for that matter. And later half, we'll see the jury also have IEEE representative. And I thanks Dr. Alok sir, who is chairman, directly sitting in front of you. And he is our guidance and he is the one who is taking care of this year. Thank you so much, sir. Then I will be handing over the stage to Dr. Nagesh sir. He is a R&D expert. He is from college. And we wanted him to represent the students, representative IP. And we will take you through them. Yeah, thanks.
So, very good afternoon, one and all. Yes. So, myself, Dr. Nageshwar, I'm from CMRIT, the head of innovations, and now acting as a secretary of IEEE YP Bangalore section. So now let's not make it a detailed presentation. I just want you guys to be a little interactive so that we are here to actually elevate this particular thing. So can anyone tell me what is the difference between a student and an IEEE student? Who is a student? Anyone who is a student? Sir, we are all students only, correct? Yes. So basically student is a person, you know that, who goes to college, who goes to universities, attend lectures, come back and then do all the activities, correct? Then what makes the difference between being a student and an IEEE student is a very important thing. Can anybody differentiate between a student and an IEEE student? Whatever comes to your mind. It could be anything. What is the difference between an IEEE student and a student? Fine. So you being a student, you will just go for, classes, studying, then writing exams, especially experts in writing assignments, correct? So you all are students. But what exactly being an IEEE student is possible here is an IEEE student can learn continuously. He can interact continuously. He can collaborate and he can come up with innovative things. That may, with the help of whom, you may ask. Sir, we are also learning in college. We are also interacting in college with professors. We are also doing some projects. We are also collaborating. But the collaboration is between your friends. And maximum to the collaboration, you will be collaborating with your teachers. Yes? for doing any projects, and then you'll be learning. Yes or no? Yes, but this thing comes out of industry now. If you are an IEEE student, you can interact, you can learn, you can work, you can do innovative projects, or you have various resources in terms of industries. So in short, I can tell you one thing is IEEE is an organization wherein for students, especially I'm saying you, it can be a best part to bridge the gap between the academicians and industry people. That is what we are working out. Because many students, now you will be having a doubt. Like, sir, we are studying something and we are doing something. How many have that doubt? How many say that? How many accept this statement? Sir, we are studying one thing, but when we go to industry, we do something. Yes. So, but in order to avoid this, so this is where we IEEE people are here. To bridge the gap between the academicians and to bridge the gap between the industries. So in short, I can say that you can learn from industry experts, you can collaborate with industry experts, you can do innovative projects from industry experts, because now you have already been a part of this particular hackathon. Yes or no? So, and all the experts are from industries, correct? So how many of you felt the difference between mentoring you in terms of academicians and mentoring you in terms of industries? Did you feel the difference? Yes or no? I just want a response. Yes. So that is where we are playing a vital role, being an IEEE people. Correct. So now, what advantages and benefits you are actually getting from IEEE? So what advantages and benefits you are actually getting from IEEE? Can anybody tell me what is advantage and what is a benefit? It's like a thin difference between love and friendship. Yes or no? So what is advantage and how many think that advantage and benefits are same? Almost all. But here you understand from IEEE, we can clearly tell what is the difference between advantage and what is the difference between a benefit. Basically, advantage is acquiring in taking the opportunity to reap the benefits. That's what we are here. So now I'll just not make it a session, I'll just go very on board, like what are the advantages and what are the benefits of you being the IEEE members. First, I'll go with the benefits. As I told you, you will be interacting, you will be collaborating, you will be making innovative projects. What the industry requires, that is the first point. The second thing is getting the resources and opportunities. In colleges, you may not have high-end laboratories for doing your experiments or whatever it is. But being here, being an IEEE member, connecting to the industry personalities, you will be getting a huge amount of resources and opportunities as per the day where the technology is. And you'll be always involved in standard development. Standard development is different and normal development is different. Correct. Now, also you'll be connecting with, you'll be having a network and you'll be having more professional engineers and technologists where you will be working with. And you'll be having an access to IEEE digital library. Basically what you students want, after industry, after your graduations or third semester or sixth semester, you feel like what should be the resume pattern? Correct. How should I prepare my resume? Whom should I contact in going to the industries? Where should I get my job? Who will give my job? Who will guide us? All these things will be done by IEEE section. Understood. You have a separate pattern or you have a separate where you can build your own resume in a digital library of IEEE also. You have many industry connects where you can, there is a separate channel like Collaborate IEEE. How many of you are having accounts of Instagram? Yes or no? Facebook and all. But how many of you are having an IEEE Connect user ID where you can connect people technically? Hardly, I can count in fingers. So wherein you can directly connect to the experts and wherein you can directly connect and you can directly learn through them is what important. So, but now this is I'm talking about IEEE section or IEEE completely in terms of student branches or whatever it is. But now coming to the YP, how many of you know YP? What is YP? A louder space. What is YP standing for? Young professionals. Are you all young professionals? No. Or yes? Yes. So basically, IEEE YP Bangalore section is nothing but it's an young professional section wherein the complete YP comes into the picture where you complete your graduation. After completing your graduation, this young professionals comes into the picture. So, till your graduation, you will get a complete support from IEEE with your different, since all are from Bangalore section. So, you'll be getting advantage from your student branches. But after completing your graduation, you enter into your professional field. There is when and where you call yourself as young professionals. Understood. So these are few activities or few glimpses wherein IEEE young professionals have been conducted. Across the globe, you can get any speaker. You can interact with any person at any point of time through the collaborate thing which I have been told you. So what is the main purpose of joining this particular organization or joining this particular section IEEE YP AG? AG means, YP is young professionals, AG means affinity group. Understood? So every year we organize or we conduct this kind of events in collaboration with the Bangalore section. So in this you may ask, sir, how can we be part? How can we students be a part of this particular events? We are sitting in classes or colleges and how can we reach you? That's where we have volunteers. Volunteers for section as well as volunteers for YP. All the volunteers are coming from your students itself. So what are we going to get here at the end of the day? Recognition. So here we'll be providing you young awards for good volunteers, young achievers, being young professionals. Your life in industry will be the same. Apart from that, how you're contributing yourself to the society is matters. So that's where YP comes into the picture. So these are the glimpses of events we have already conducted in this particular year, 2023. Still we have many more events to go ahead. So you can reach out from your logins directly to IEEE YP. If you want to be a volunteer, directly you can reach out us so that you can directly connect with industry experts and where you can ultimately show your leadership. Ultimately, leadership is important, right? So this is the team of IEEE YP. First, I would like to call the IEEE section chair, Aloknath sir, to be on the dais. Sir, please, just for the gathering. Please. So sir is basically from Samsung. So he is the section chair of Bangalore section. So under him, we will be working as the young professionals. And now we have young professionals chair also, Mr. Kishore Kumar Sharma. Oh, sir, I request you also to be on the dais. Then I call upon Neha Kumari, the chair-elect of 2023. Then the vice chair, Sumit. So we are the, and the and the Exicom member, yeah, sorry, Vamshi. I also request Vamshi to be a part of this. He's basically from Exicom. So we are the team of IEEE, YP, Young Professionals, Affinity Group, Bangalore section. Yes, sir. So I request sir to address the gathering once.
Now, just young professionals, you already heard quite a lot of activities that they are doing. This wonderful team that we have. IEEE globally is a 360,000 people that are member, and it's the largest in that sense of the electronics and communications and computing industries. In India itself, we have about 70,000 members, and Bangalore section is the largest globally largest sections with 11,200 plus members. So that's a big team. And what we do, we effectively have 30 different, globally even 40, but at least in Bangalore section, we have 30 different societies and councils that we have. Like sensors is one focus, communication is one focus, robotics is one focus. So there are specialty groups that meet and that have an executive committee of its own who runs and decides what program, and they connect with the student branches all over Karnataka. We have about 120 student branches. At least 80 of them are quite active. Remaining, we're trying to make them more active into that. We did a principals forum through which we could realize that how do you give the AICT activity points for the students that are contributing to the our student branches. And also colleges are making center of excellence around these topics of VLSI and robotics and communications and things like that. So these 30 different groups are working, but they are technical teams. Then we have these affinity groups. 4 of them are working. So women in engineering is a big affinity group on its own. That's the largest. Then young professionals. Similarly, we have a life members activity group, the senior citizens club that you would like to think. They are also contributing significantly with their experience. And I'm starting to make another one with the consultants network. That's also IEEE is supporting. So these are kind of 4 different affinity groups that we have. So again, here today, I think I thank the team for making this arrangement, working with the team here. And we will have this session subsequently, but great to see them flourishing. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Just one last announcement which we want to do. Of course, we have a lot of sets of events which we have planned throughout the year, but there is foreseen coming 2 events for you. One is from AWS, which is Amazon Web Service, and you will be, of course, getting trained and also giving a workshop in hand. That's something which we have target audience only, and if students are and any young professionals wants to get into, you can get enrolled in this. And there's very important coming in is young professional meet, which is nothing but happening with IEEE Connect 2023, a global conference event which happens every year. This is a flagship events of Bangalore section, and part of it, young professional meet is also organized. So you guys are welcome to explore and see the meet. Basically, it's for you, and everything is designed for young professionals. And all the details are on website. You can just type in Bangalore section young professionals or IEEE Bangalore section. You will get all the details in your hand. And thank you so much, guys. Really nice audience to hear. And yeah, any questions, we will take 1 or 2, and then we'll wind up. Yes. Okay. Thank you so much, guys. And thank you so much, ma'am, for giving the stage for us to give everyone the insights of what IEEE is. Thank you.
representing InUnity, my co-partner in running this hackathon. And she has such a wonderful teamwork, and she has a good team, and she works very well. I thoroughly enjoyed working with her, and also did some dadagiri over her, which I am entitled to. So wonderful she was. It was working with. I look forward to many more such things, right? Promise? Definitely. जोर से बोलो. हाँ. So you're all witnesses.
Thank you so much. And a warm welcome to all of you to the grand finale of Reimagined Waste. I mean, a warm welcome to the juries present here, and also to all the participants of Reimagined Waste. You know, I completely empathize with you, actually, because of the overnight hackathon that we've been a part of since yesterday morning. And I see a lot of, sleepy faces. But, bear with us for some more time, because we are going to announce the results of the hackathon, wherein we will be shortlisting the top 7 teams into the grand finale, from where we will be selecting our winners of Reimagine Waste Hackathon. Okay? So, quick update to you on that. And also to all the jury, quickly to set the context of this program. So, Reimagine Waste Hackathon is actually the brainchild of Ms. Gayatri and Mr. Vijay. So, they have been running this hackathon since past quite years, and this is the 6th season of the program. And we were lucky enough to partner with the Waste Impact Trust and get along with them for this 6th season of the program. Thank you so much, ma'am, for giving that opportunity to... Yes. So it was an absolute pleasure for us to be a part of this program, because InUnity personally stands for supporting students to build innovations for community. And, this program definitely, helped us in reaching to more powerful youth who has, so much potential with a little bit of more mentoring to build innovative solutions. So thank you so much for that, for bridging that gap, and it was very nice of us to meet all of them. So to this 6th season of the program, so we had a 4-day program that was planned, that had students partnering, visiting sites of energy and e-waste, and with that, they also heard a lot of real-time insights from the experts of the industries in terms how currently industries from energy and e-waste are currently controlling their e-waste and how they're saving energy at their level. And also hearing from all these experts and also from the immersion experience, they were given some time to brainstorm and come up with solutions. So this event actually happened parallelly at 4 Comet Care centers. So Comet Care's Innovation Hub was the venue partner of this program. So we had this events running parallelly at 4 centers, and we had close to 200 participants participating across all the 4 centers. And so yeah, we had around 40 ideas that participated in the hackathon in the past I can say 2 weekends that comprised of 4 days. So last week, all the ideas were formed, teams were formed, and yesterday was the day when all our fellow mates came to the Comet Care centers and began their hack. And to support them, we also had a lot of industry mentors and also community folks who also came into the center to help them come up with the brilliant solutions. Today we actually had the semi-finale when the innovation challenge was running here at this venue. Parallelly at 4 locations, we had the semi-finale running, from where we have shortlisted 4 teams from energy and 3 teams of 4 teams from e-waste and 3 teams from energy, who will be announced shortly to come forward and present here. But before I proceed ahead, a huge round of applause to all the students sitting in this room for the enormous dedication that you guys have put in coming up with these innovative ideas. Thank you so much for that. Thank you so much for participating in this hackathon and making this a huge success, because if you guys were not there, then this whole event, I don't think so, would have come out with such colorful, with such flying colors. So thank you so much for that. And to the jury present here with us today, so we have interesting ideas presenting before you. I mean, I've personally heard all your comments in the morning, but my personal request to you is just to be a little kind on our students, for all the selected ones, because they all are majorly from engineering background. So the majority age is 24, 25. To 18 to 25, so just be a little kind on them on their questions. And so in these 4 days, they brainstorm on their ideas, and they have touched upon the aspects of value proposition and business model canvas, and they have also built demonstrable prototypes. So this is the status of all the teams that are coming forward. So heads up to you, I mean, just keeping you on the same page as that of all our students present here. So yeah, before moving forward, huge thanks to also the Karnataka Pollution Control Board for helping us facilitate this event in all of our centers. Thank you so much for that, ma'am. I mean, ma'am has always been, Rekha ma'am has always been very supportive of this event. Thank you so much. And also to all our partners present with us here today. Definitely, it was co-organized by InUnity and Comet Cares and Waste Impact Trust. And we also had enormous support from IEEE, VTU, KDEM, and IFIA, and Samvada Baduku, and many more partners. Thank you so much to all the partners for joining with us to this grand event. Okay, thank you so much. Okay, can I quickly have somebody from the organizing team to come forward? Say maybe Pawan. Could you please come forward? So actually the thing is, I too am dying to listen to the results. The judges are having such intensive discussion over the solution that they are confused who are the teams to be selected. That's the thing. But before we begin, I would like to introduce the panel for today, and a request to all of you to please just wave to our fellow audience seated here. So we have with us Mr. Rudresh Murthy, who is an environmental officer from KSPCB. A warm welcome to you, sir. Yes, thank you so much, sir. So we also have Mr. Alok Nath from Samsung. Mr. Subhash Nayak from Acer Mittal Steel. Dr. D.R. Kumaraswamy from KSPCB. Mr. Sridhar Raj, who is an activist. Yeah, all the tough questions were being shot from there, like yeah. Mr. Sarvotam, who's the founder of Zycomi. Mr. Lingaraj Dini from Wipro. Mr. Mayur from Selco Foundation. And we also have Mr. Murlidhar P., who is the CEO of ERA Foundation and Comet Cares. Definitely. I do have some time. So if we have any of the... Yes. So Sampath, if you would like to come and share a few words about the hackathon, it would be great.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Hiteshi. And thank you so much, energetic youngsters around us from past many hours, especially from past 24 hours, energy was multiple.
Sampath belongs to this organization called Samvada. They run courses for underprivileged youth, mainly from villages and peri-urban areas, in various social level enterprises like waste management, professional waste management, and water management, and which other? The rest he will tell, media. And so I have seen the boys and girls who have come out of it, and we use them, I sort of try to place them as interns and encourage them to do businesses and all that. My God, what enthusiasm, really. Fantastic, girls and boys, both together. And these are the guys who inspire them. And I really thank, and may your tribe grow. Many more to come.
Sure, definitely. Your energy always passes to us, actually. The age never matters, and yeah. So thank you so much for kind introduction, and thanks for the opportunity. It's been 6 years with Gayatri, and I'm growing young. So it's amazing experience with you all, again, the youngsters, with lot of innovative ideas. From past many days we are discussing, mentoring with certain groups, and addressing with a lot of different questions. I think the jury going to face it now. So yeah. So yeah, thank you so much once again. Samvada, as Gayatri was mentioning, Samvada from past 30 years, we are with marginalized youth, underprivileged youth from different parts of Karnataka, different districts, peri-urban of Bangalore. We sensitize them. We develop livelihood courses in different sectors. We do feasibility studies where we can address and where we can connect our youngsters as a sustainable livelihood patterns. So waste management is one among them. I proudly say that they are becoming expertise along with SWMRT. They are co-partners with our many programs in waste management, and they are guiding and they are training our youth to sustain the same industry. And as she was mentioning, there are different courses coming up every year. We do completely residential program. We believe that hand-holding and mentoring is much needed for our youngsters. That we do. After the course, we handhold them for 3 to 5 years continuously. We do personal and professional mentoring to them. So I'll just pin it now. So we'll have a lot of discussion here and there, and we'll be in touch. Thank you so much once again. Yeah. Hitesh.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'm Rekha from Karnataka State Pollution Control Board. This year, we had a mandate from Central Pollution Control Board to conduct a hackathon, and of which, nobody had what a hackathon is exactly. And the waste impact, Gayatri from Waste Impact made our job very, very easy. Thank you so much, ma'am. You have inspired everybody over here. And, really, really. And she has inspired me like anything. And, yeah, I really want to be a part of your Waste Impact program, madam. And, I can see so many young people over here, actively participating. And the young people are, very, what do I say? Like, it's you who are going to generate a lot of e-waste. And it's you, you should come out with a proper solution to manage your waste. So it's your responsibility. Yeah, think 100 times before you go for a new mobile. I can see kids, there's just one additional feature, and they want a new mobile. And additional feature, they want a new laptop. Every year they'll go for a new laptop. At least you make a resolution that you will buy a laptop only it is very much necessary. or at least 2 years once, you know, that will go a long way in reducing e-waste, at least up to 50%. 2 years. Yeah, 2 years, do you think it is a very long period? I don't think so. So please make a resolution that you're going to buy an electronic gadget at least 2 to 3 years once, okay? So that you can reduce e-waste. You people are going to really make a lot of difference to the future in reducing the e-waste. So I thank once again, you know, Waste Impact to be for being our knowledge partners and for making this event a very huge hit. Like, you know, our board wouldn't have, you know, alone couldn't have done this so well. Thank you so much, madam. Thank you, everyone, for giving this opportunity.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Before I announce the results, we have one more folk, Mr. Muralidhar. Thank you so much for all the 4 centers that we have had, because of which we had such a great experience at parallelly happening at all the 4 locations. Sir, I kindly request you to come forward and also share a few words. So, I mean, after this, I'm definitely announcing the result.
You have the results. Oops. Yeah. Hi, my name is Murli. I am also a mechanical engineer of 1987. Right? So those were the days when, I mean, none of these programs were there. We had a Wax 11 computer, I remember, where you had to actually put your name in the queue, and we were allowed 1 hour per month. That was the amount of time we got on computers, whereas look at where we are now. Actually, this problem, when it came, when I read about it, ma'am, you're working on this, but a lot of questions. And honestly, even I had not thought about e-waste in the way that it should have been. So, excellent initiative. Thank you so much. InUnity, excellent job. As far as Comet Cares grow, it is our intention to actually upskill about 20,000 students of engineering colleges of Karnataka. So we have 8 centers of the like that you saw. So 4 in Bangalore, Mysuru, Kalburgi, and Belgaum. So we actually don't want to charge anything to the students. All of these facilities are put on a not-for-profit basis. We have invested about 20 crore rupees to set up these centers. So giving it free is always seen as negative. So the programs we run with the help of InUnity is in the areas of AI, ML, social innovation, design thinking. All of it at the core is community-centric. Students like exactly the program that we did for e-waste or you did for e-waste. We take them to the community, they identify the problem, they come back, and our facilities enable students to take any product up to prototype. So our objective is that if we pass through about 20,000 students, we are not here and trying to make some deep tech individuals, but get the students just a little better in understanding problem, applying technology, and we facilitate up to the point of prototypes. This is just an initiative we've started last year. We've had about 5,000 students pass through. We charge a very, very minimal fee of 1,500 rupees. That also for a 6-month program. We've got endorsement from VTU for credits for this. And if this experiment goes well, we will open another 5 or 6 centers in the next 2 years. So once again, actually, I wish I could swap places with one of the students here. You come take my job, I'm happy to go back to college. No, I want to go back to college, correct, the carefree life, and also opportunities of this kind that were not there at that time. So thank you all students for the wonderful participation. I actually attended the inauguration as well as part of the hackathon in one of the centers. Sure, actually. So next time we'll have participation from all the InUnity team and myself. We'll have one team. Yeah, thank you very much, and congrats to all the students that have participated. I think each one of this project will be useful for you. And one other thing, any of you want to actually carry forward this project, this is not a one-time presentation. please get in touch with our Comet Care centers. We are happy to mentor you. You use all the facilities to carry it forward, and we are happy to help you. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much for extending the support to all our dear students. So I think there's more in store. Along with the support provided by Cormet Cares, there's also additional program that's also a part and parcel of this program. So I think more about this, we will tell it to you at the end of this program. So here I have the 8 teams with me that have been shortlisted into the grand finale, from which we will be selecting our top winners today. So of which I would like to still hold a secret and not reveal all 8 of them at once. So I'll just go one by one. So it might come like a shocker to you. So you have quick 2 minutes to prepare, grab your prototypes, come forward and present. I anyways have your presentations, but please make sure you keep your prototypes ready. So the first team that has been selected is Renew Recycles. Yes. So the team is there. Yeah, please come forward. So we will go in the similar format. I will announce each of these teams. Please come forward with your prototypes. The presentations are here with me, and you guys can present. You have 10 minutes, of which 3 minutes is their presentation, and 7 minutes is the Q&A, and we will have a hard stop after 7 minutes. So for every 10 minutes, there will be a big bell. Yes. Great. Okay. Pawan, Pawan.
Can you just go to the slide? I had updated the PPT.
If you have updated it here, it's there.
It's not updated.
It's fine, you just press it.
No, the updated one is the thing I had prepared for Sony.
Where is your updated PPT?
Yeah, sure. Send it to my mail ID.
You send the PPT and you start your presentation, we will get it uploaded for you. Until then, present it on your phone, keep your reference on your phone and start the presentation, okay?
Okay.
Have you sent it to him? Send it to him on WhatsApp. Check. Calm down. Send the presentation to him on WhatsApp. We will fix it.
You can just do it.
But you have already copied the link?
No, it's opening in there. We'll do it.
Can you present based on this PPT now? I will get it updated for you.
Okay. I don't know what are the things I had changed.
It's okay. Don't talk about it. I think you should still present. You I'm just going to share it to you on my WhatsApp is there. Wait, I'll log in. You present. You present based on this. I will get the PPT fixed for you. And start the presentation.
Hello. Hi everyone. This is Arul Prasad, and this is my stakeholder, Mr. Salma ma'am. She is working. Oh, sorry, Miss Salma ma'am. She is working in e-waste recycling sector. Whenever, if you come across the name renewable energy, what first thing that's come to you is this solar energy. That's right, solar panels. But there is another dark truth behind that no one is talking about in India. That's waste generated in solar sector. In India, around 1,600 tons of waste is generated at the year of 2020 to 2021. Where does this waste goes? It goes like all either to the dismantling units where they will remove the aluminum frame out of that and discard that in the industrial dump yards. Or else it will be going to the informal waste sector where they will be removing the aluminum frame and then discarding in the ordinary landfills. But at the end of the day, the like damaged solar panel will be going to the landfills only. There is no other option in India because there are some companies in India that's working on recycling technology but not fully operational. So this type of solar panels after removing the aluminum frame is going to the dump yards. So what's the problem if it's going to the dump yard? It consists of cadmium and lead and other toxic components which is harmful to both environment and humans. Okay. And I told about 1,600 tons. The 1,600 tons is roughly about 45,000 panels of commercial size. That is for 300 to 500 watts. So what are the current solution for that? Like it's either dismantled and then going to dump yard. It's dismantled and going to dump yard. And there is no current solution other than that. And my solution is complete solar panel recycling. First thing, if anyone is talking about recycling, that comes into their mind is logistics or reverse logistics of the waste. That's the part where that will denotes whether the recycling company going to be profitable or not. So I thought of that and started working on logistic part. Since solar panels are made up of 10 to 20% of aluminum and 80 to 90% of glass. If I can able to remove the aluminum at the site where the solar panel waste is generated, then I can reduce the logistic cost of 10 to 20%. That's my idea, initial idea for solar panel recycling, where I will be developing the machine that can dismantle the solar panel out of aluminum frame. You can see this, right? This is the proof of concept that I had done in the Comet Crash centers. That's to remove the aluminum frame out of the solar panel. Not just the aluminum frame, but also the junction box. After removing that, I will be just selling that junction box or aluminum frame to the nearby scrap dealers.
That's an indication of 3 minutes.
3 minutes. Just 2 minutes. Okay, sure, thank you. After that, what's going to happen to the solar panel? Then I will be transporting the solar panel to my own recycling unit, where I will be using the mechanized method for recycling. Why the mechanized method? No chemical or thermal method. Because the no chemical or thermal method is still profitable for solar panel recycling in India. The mechanized method, where I will be just crushing that, separating that, and then powdering that, and removing the metal and non-metals out of that. After that, I will be selling the components to various smelting units to recover the metals out of that. So what are the metals I can recover out of that? First one is glass, silicon, silver, and copper. That's all the main thing I was focusing on. Next slide. This is the old solar panel. I'm going to develop the machine that's going to remove the aluminum frame out of the solar panel. That's the 3D image that I had developed. Then cutting, shredding. The image, bottom image that you are seeing is just a container where I will be transporting the delamination machine to on the site. Next slide, please. So market feasibility. My market feasibility is around with the CAGR of 12.8%, with the overall market value of 127 million. It's like after 2 years, like anyway, recycling company takes some years to set up. So let's say like I am having my own recycling company in next 2 years, means I can have the market value of 10%. That's around 1.27 million. And according to the International Energy Association, India, like overall world generated around 4 lakh tons of panel waste in 2019. And India itself generated around 4,000 tons around 2 years. Then I can process at least 2,000 tons, so that my overall revenue for like overall processing fee for one solar panel will be around 730. Then I can make the profit around of 500 rupees per solar panel. Next slide, please. So this is the prototype image that I had developed. That's nothing but the top piston will be just coming down and clamping the solar panel, and 2 bottom piston will be acting upon after clamping the solar panel. That will remove the aluminum frame out of that. And this method doesn't damage the glass. Next. This is the short working video. First the top piston comes and clamps. Second the bottom piston works. It's like as I was just trying to show that how the machine works. And my value proposition will be, I will be providing green certificate to the companies, and I had also again constantly encouraging, 1 minute. 1 minute, it's fine. It's like I was constantly engaging with some solar manufacturing companies. They are also ready to tie up with me for solar panel recycling. Other than that, there is new e-waste rule that state that solar panel can't be discarded. Rather than it can be stored or recycled. And my thing, and it will help the company to attain EPR. Next. My business model is nothing but by like making revenue out of recycled materials and by EPR. And second thing is, I will be also testing the solar panel on the site if it's reusable. Then I will be refurbishing the solar panel. Like refurbishing is nothing but I will be testing the solar panel in the company, like in the recycling unit. Then I will be selling that in the secondary market. Because in India, there is no standardized secondary market for solar panel. There is informal solar panel, to be exactly. Next slide. And myself, I am Marul Prasad, a Sparsh Fellow from Wilgo Innovation Foundation, and Byrax Sparsh Fellow basically. And another team member is Miss Shalma. Okay, that's all. Thank you.
Yes, thank you so much. So we are open to questions. So we have 4 minutes for questions. Think. You can,
Hello. Arul, this is a very good one because India in another 5 to 6 years, we are going to be dumped with the solar panels.
Yes.
Whether it's Mahindra, Sustain or Terraform or lot, Adani Solar, everyone now. So it's a very good, because today we don't have right recyclers.
Yes,
but
sir.
important is what you do with the recycling. Because see, aluminium portion, people know that is where the money, yes, which will get 400, 500 rupees or whatever into the metal thing. Okay, but what you do with that? Because silicon, cadmium is the major one. That is not much, silicon and cadmium. So what kind of technology you use to do that? Dismantling is fine. People know how to dismantle. But how you do that? Because your whole idea is to recycle the solar panel. It's a very good initiative because there are large companies are investing, like Suzuki, a lot of like lithium, how they are all coming in front. What are you doing with that?
My current, what I had proposed and what I was trying to do is first mechanized way of recycling, where I will be separating some metals and mixture of metals. Then I will be sending the mixture of metals to smelting units where they will get the metals or like pure metals out of that.
Because if you mix it, it's a glass also there.
Yes, sir.
So that is where you have to be clear how you segregate, because if you send it to foundry or smelting, you can't do that. They will not take this.
Yes.
So you have to understand who are today it is all going as a control landfill, unfortunately, silicon and cadmium.
Yeah.
This is where we have to understand, because they are only taking for aluminum, nothing else.
Yeah.
So you have to really look at the technology of extracting. You can't just give it to a metal, no foundry will pick that. So find out what is the way to extend that.
Just to add that, sir, there is one method called electrostatic separation, where it will be separating the both metal and non-metal. I will be also using the method. I thought of like just overall completing as a mechanical thing. Yeah, that's I'm 200% sure, sir. Okay, sure, sir. Because like there are, to be frank, like there are only lab scale research that's in the lab scale that's showing that the waste or recycled material from the solar panel that can be reused to make the new solar panel, but commercially it's not. Okay, sure, definitely, it's my pleasure. Oh, sure. Oh, it's my pleasure, sir. Then it's my pleasure. Thank you. Any other questions?
Just a question for maybe Salma or for you. Are you currently seeing these e-waste panels coming into a recycling center? अभी पैनल आ रहा है क्या रिसाइकलिंग सेंटर में? आते हैं
थोड़ा बहुत आता है, तो हम क्या करते हैं, पूरा इकट्ठा करके एक बार वो अलग अलग हम करते हैं, वो सिल्वर अलग करते हैं, वो ग्लास वगैरह अलग करते हैं. आपका कंपनी का नाम? हमारा कंपनी नहीं, गोडन है.
इनफॉर्मल सेक्टर है.
गोडन है. गोडन में हम लेके आते हैं, तो पूरा इकट्ठा करते हैं, बहुत सारा आता है, हम इकट्ठा करके ये करते हैं.
एल्यूमिनियम निकालते हैं और
हाँ निकालते हैं.
और क्या निकालते हैं इसमें से?
और हम कांच सिल्वर निकाल के ये कांच है ना वो अलग करते हैं हम. नहीं, वो हथौड़ी में मारते हैं हम. हथौड़ी में मार के निकालते हैं.
थैंक यू.
And sir, I could like to add a point to that. I was in a series like talking with some stakeholders, including some company persons. There also I came to know that the waste that's generating after testing in the company is also going to dump yard, not to any recyclers or any discarders also. It's going directly to dump yards. Any other questions, sir?
Hello. Yeah, dumping is not allowed. Okay. First of all, don't say dumping. The government will identify some land. So, yes, control. So this is what you have initiated. When I took this e-waste recycling, I am the first person to actually give the license to one e-Parisara, 2018, when there were no rules. So this is really a wonderful initiative actually. So here is the problem is that cadmium. Cadmium is 0.01 milligram per liter is the limit for drinking water. So otherwise it is called actually ita disease will come up actually. So this is really very initiative, and the government has to pay actually, funded it actually. And don't expect money from the waste. It is not for profitable. It is a social service. So government has to fund. The person who is manufacturing the panel, it is his responsibility as per the EPR. He has to engage these people and recover whatever possible. Otherwise, it will not economically viable. So I request the government and all. So that's why actually, who manufacturer, their responsibility is to actually recycle. But fortunately, such people are there in India. They recycle themselves. Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much. Very good initiative.
Sorry, sir? Plans are coming up. So central government is working out, maybe is working out, where they are looking at 2 crore rupees for this kind of precious metal extraction is happening.
Okay, sure.
So we'll work out, we'll connect.
Sure. It's definitely, sir, definitely. It's my pleasure.
Yes, I think that was a great start. Thank you so much, juries, for that great question. And I believe, I think you really definitely know where to go ahead with this idea. So I think that was a great start to the whole grand finale. So with that, quick rules to all the teams coming forward. You have 10 minutes, 3 minutes to present, and 7 minutes for Q&A. So I'm slightly changing my strategy. I'll tell one team and what's the next team to be ready. So all of you, if you have your PPTs, please keep the PPTs ready if you have updated or keep your prototypes ready. Okay. So up next we have the second team, that's replast axle machines. So that's the second team that's shortlisted. Thank you so much. Yes, replast axle machines. And the third team shortlisted is E2RC. This is the next team that's going forward. Please keep your prototype and presentation ready. So at the end of 3 minutes, I'll be buzzing, and then at the end of 10 minutes, there will be a second buzzer.
We have a prototype of our website. We have to share that.
Okay, we will set that up, start a presentation, okay? Okay. You have 3 minutes to present. 3 minutes to present. One person can present. Yeah, one person present. If you have demonstration, include that. Okay. You start. We will set the presentation for you.
Not this, but I open the presentation. PPT only. Open that. First page, split product. Don't need split. I'll do it in the last. First page.
So, good afternoon everyone. We are from Axle Machines, and this is our product called Rewaste, short formed as REW. So, quickly going to the startup.
Mic.
Hello, yes. Okay, so quickly, Axle Machines is our startup where we develop technology solutions mainly for the society, and also we solve client problems as well. REW, short form of e-waste, is what we have built for this hackathon. Next slide, please. Okay, so quickly, the problem statement, most of you all will know. The biggest problem statement which we came across from our visit to E-Parisara on the field visit day was logistics, collection, and the main thing, customer awareness, community awareness. Me personally, I didn't know much about e-waste. I never knew that 10 lakh tons of e-waste are generated in India every year. That's huge, right? So first thing, collection, then logistics, then community awareness. These are the problems that we identified as a whole. Next slide. Okay, so, solution. We have come up with a solution to maximize the usage of e-waste that is being recycled by not using any middlemen, not using any trained professionals, no one. Our marketers, our customers, users, or community. Now, I think most of y'all will accept that in today's world, there's no bigger marketers than customers, than your users, because they are the ones using your product, they are the ones who are spreading your products. We don't need a marketing team if you have a good customer interaction action. So features of our app, I'll show the prototype directly. Next slide, please. The prototype, you go to the next slide. In the last, I'll present the prototype. Yeah, next slide. So value proposition, free shipping. How are we doing free shipping? As I told, we are Axle Machines where we solve client problems. We are solving a client problem of developing a logistics app where we have a stake in the company as well. So what's this app? This app, suppose you have a car, you need a driver. We give you drivers on tip basis. So that is how we are reducing the logistics part in our app. Now, complete transparent model, how is that? Suppose we have 198 wards in Bangalore. So each ward will have people collecting e-waste. That is, producers, generators. So these people will be collecting e-waste, and we'll be setting one of our trucks every month, once in a month, to collect the e-waste with a weighing scale. Now we are building a community where when this truck goes, we will be tracking the waste collected with a weighing scale what we have sent. Now the person who has collected the highest amount of waste will be getting an extra incentive. And what's that extra incentive? Just a minute, I'll complete. Okay, so what's that extra incentive? We are giving 70% of the waste revenue that is generated by selling the waste, and the extra incentive to that person is 10% extra. Now, why are we building a competitive landscape? Quickly, how many of you all use Snapchat? some many people use. It's not nobody. So Snapchat's main USP is maintaining streaks. What do you get from streaks? Nothing. But why are people maintaining 1,000 streaks? It's only because of a competitive landscape. So that's what we want to build. And our 4 revenue streams are, one is the consumers directly, and one are MNCs where they can directly contact us through the app and get their e-waste sorted, and we'll be sending it to organizations like eParisara. And our third revenue stream is the mobile sector. One of my friend, Pratham, his father works in a mobile software or whatever is used category, where he has many contacts and he'll be giving us the direct contacts of collecting waste. That's the third revenue stream. Fourth revenue stream is our stakeholders, like the ones we met. Those people are actually making our lives easier because, as ma'am said, I spoke to ma'am recently. I thought it's unethical, but I got to know that we are unethical generating the waste. It's us who are generating, and they are making our lives easier. So that's how we want to give them one platform, transparent platform, organized platform. So logistics, resource payouts, that's 70%. We'll be using SEO optimization to make our website ranked 1 on Google. Social media marketing, as I said, customers. And word of mouth. And this is our team. I'm Tarun, and the rest, Nikhil, Pratham, Tahir, and Srihari. Thank you. So I'll be quickly going to the prototype. So this is the sign-up page. So we'll be logging in, for example, and whatever number. It's a static website. Okay, now we have signed in. Now, this is the leaderboard of the month. This will be keep updating every month. Now, this is the company's home page, and if they want to contact us for any ideation or whatever, any thing they want, they can talk to us. And the next thing is contribute. This is the main part. Click to contribute as an individual. So when the truck goes to them every month once, so we'll be collecting their data. They can upload their whatever waste they have collected as a proof, so that no one is being cheated or anything. The next part is for industries. For industries, they are just contacting us, mentioning that whatever they need, and we'll get back to them, and they will get 70% out of whatever revenue we are generating out of their waste. Next, dive in. Why are we creating this? To let the consumers or customers or generators know why they are doing this and there are people like me who didn't know anything about e-waste before coming to this hackathon. Insights is where you can learn. Blogs is where you can post your blogs and also read blogs. News is to stay posted. We are doing this. We'll be using an API which is recently available to use multiple languages. Now, the profile here, there's this profile which we created, Tahir, and the pin code, e-waste generated in this month, that's 5 kgs. This is a general data. Total e-waste collected in total, in the lifetime. And this is the revenue collected. And this was the complete prototype of our app. So we are building a community, a logistics platform, and a collection platform. We are building, as I said, the community so that people know what they are doing, they know what we are doing, they know what recyclers are doing. So this is how we want to track customers. Why do we need a competitive landscape? As I said, everyone wants to be in a competition. So we are losing 10%, that's absolutely fine. We are tracking more and more customers or generators who can contribute directly to our app or on a large basis to contribute to the society themselves. So that was our complete presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, team, for that elaborate presentation. Because you have taken most of the time, we have time for one question. Okay, so anybody would like to? One. Okay, 2. For that bargain, 2 questions.
Logistics, as I said, we are already building a platform. We are already building a platform where we are providing people who have a car but do not have drivers. or any logistics for that matter, if they want to go from point A to point B. Yes. Yes. Recyclers. The logistics in the sense the trucks. The trucks will be hired. The drivers we'll be sending through the whatever the drivers that are signed in from our app.
My driver app.
The app is called Your Driver app. So this is how we are. Tarun, sir. Yes. Yes.
So it's all good idea. We are also looking for that kind of partnerships, what you are doing.
Correct.
But you have to build this around some compliance. Who can pick it up? There are something called manifesto. So you can't just pick up some driver and get it. It's not a pooling of things. So you have to look at it. But idea is very good.
Yes, sir.
So need to be developed in accordance to with what pollution control board is looking at.
Correct.
Because you can give to recyclers, but you are a mediator, but you have to ensure that who owns that. That is what it is. So I don't want to take time here. So you have to build up the whole framework.
Yes, sir.
It is not as simple to the act. It has to be developed by the
Correct. Yes.
My question is that.
As per the e-waste rules, the mediator is not allowed. Only the person who are recycler, he can pick it up. Not yourself he can engage. Because you have to authorize by the pollution control board. They will not authorize you to collect.
Okay.
It can be authorized by the e-Parisara. E-Parisara can say that he is our person, he is actually collect. Then it is allowed.
Yes, sir.
It is not allowed.
Okay.
That's why what is there, it has to be directly picked up by the recycler. Anyway, so what idea is good. We have to look at and work it out. Again, I can.
We have to have a MOU with the e-Parisara.
Correct.
Any problem, e-Parisara has to give answer to the pollution control board, not you.
Correct.
Separate entity, you cannot work as per the rules.
You can
Okay.
send this application to e-Parisar. That's what he's saying.
Okay.
You can, yes, think about it. Maybe a lot of things can be done. So,
That's a great way to
putting you
start.
at a defense, you are, demotivating. Very good idea.
Yes, sir.
A lot of things can be done. Start thinking what the rules, regulation, e-Parisara, maybe 180. You have to work out. There is
Yes,
still
yes.
a solution. You can be independent. Think about it. Here
Okay.
I'm not the one to discuss in detail. You can
Okay.
do this.
Yes, sir. Okay, we'll surely think about that.
Alternatively, you can try hip-hop artists. Pretty good on the stage. All the movements that was going on.
Yes, sir. I'll take that into consideration. Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, jury, for your this one. I think sir's insight actually gives a lot of clarity to not just this team and also to all the other teams that have come up with similar solution. Thank you so much, juries. Up next, we have the third team for today, E2RC. I request you to please come forward. And the next team that has been shortlisted is
A to Z recyclers.
A to Z Recyclers. Okay, the interesting part is he actually came in as a mentor for the program, and then he was so excited that he created his own team, and then before he came to his hackathon, he actually sat all over the night. He came up with this prototype, a proof of concept, and then he built the prototype over the overnight hackathon yesterday. So
Every hackathon of mine, he has been part of it. And he and his son and his wife come together. It's a family event for them. And that little one has gone out somewhere. He's not so little, I think, now, but he has gone out of town. So he is now taken over this boy to do instead of his son.
Okay. So I'll start now. Okay, so our team name is E2RC. It stands for Energy Efficient Rice Cooking. And it sounds like a pretty basic idea, but actually, when you stop to think about it, you'll realize that rice cooking actually uses a lot more energy than you would think. Like, it's a staple food in India, so basically everybody eats it, cooks it every day, and sadly, the process is not efficient. Lot of heat is wasted from gas, lot of CO2 is also released when you burn the gas. And so we decided to look at that and try and come up with solutions. So,
myself is Sudhir. I'm a mechanical engineer. I participated in this hackathon, and this is a very simple idea which is going to be used in the kitchen. This is actually kitchen hack. These are the experimentation done in the kitchen. My wife is not there at the home now, so my kitchen itself I have used to hack because in place is not available, material is not available in the center where I am going to hack. So I started the hacking in the kitchen itself. 4 experiments I have done. In the first experiment, this is the burner, big burner and a small burner which I am having in the kitchen. Big burner, throttle full open, and open vessel. The timer is also there along with the vessel there. So 5 bowl of the water I put into the vessel and noted the time there. Started heating. Once it is heated up to the boiling point, noted that it is a 5 minutes, that it represents to the 17.42 grams of the LPG used. How I arrived it is based on the rating of the burners. The big burner is having a 1 or 2 grams of the LPG used per hour, it equals to 17.42. In the second set of the experiment, small burner I used instead of the big burner. The same set of the experiment means a bowl with the same quantity of the water. It took 10 minutes, and based on its rating, it is 16.67 grams of the LPG used there. And in third setting, it is instead of water, I cooked with the rice itself. 1 bowl of the rice and 4 bowl of the water. Similar method of the first one. I tried to cook there until the boiling point started. So it took 6 minutes to boil. After boiling 6 minutes, I removed that and put it in the hot box, closed it for 20 minutes. Rice is ready. It took a total 26 minutes to cook the rice. It took 20.9 grams of the LPG. Then to compare with the pressure cooker method, how much energy it is going to use and a time going to use, I took a same amount of the water in the pressure cooker. It took 9 minutes and 31.4 grams of the LPG. Out of all these 4 experiments, this pressure cooker took more energy and a time. The reason behind this is in high pressure, high temperature is going to be attained, and energy used is more there in the pressure cooker. Next slide. So with this experiment, what was the conclusion is open vessel rice cooking till water boils and covering it with a plate and placing insulation box is the efficient method out of this 4 experimentation.
So
can you go back?
This is the prototype.
Can you go back?
Can you see it clearly?
Here, this method it is using the lesser energy comparing to this one. Using a small burner and heating it and putting it in the hot box, it is the efficient method, where we are going to utilize 20% less energy than that pressure cooker method. And what is the advantage of cooking in this one means whatever is cooked, it is going to be hot there in the hot box for 6 hours. So there is no need to reheat it again for consumption. So there also we can save the energy. Next slide. So texture of the cooked rice is also good compared to the pressure cooker cooking. There in pressure cooker, because of the high pressure and temperature, starch is going to be released and it is sticky. But here it is a texture is very good and it is rice is nice. Can you go to next slide? What is the value proposition of this method of rice cooking? One can save 20% of LPG compared to the cooking method, which represents the 29.5 grams of the LPG saving per cooking of the 0.5 kg of the rice. If one household utilizing a 0.5 kg of the rice, then it is 29.5 grams of the LPG, and per year LPG saved is a 10.8 kg. It represents a 745 rupees, means nearing to the 1 cylinder, means that is if we are using a 12 cylinder per year, means 1 cylinder saving will be there. And CO2 reduction also, it is going to be 32.6 kg per year per household. Assuming that 27,000 household in India, 50% is using the rice for as their staple food. There is a possibility of saving 2,74,655
10,000 tons of CO2
cylinders, gas cylinders, means that is a 14.5 kg cylinders, that much of the gas can be saved, and it is equal to the 7,965 ton of the CO2 reduction. So this is the proposition, and as to do the prototype with the existing material in the hacking, we have done it with the next slide. Go to next slide. Previous one. Previous. Yeah. We have made this, and vessel is going to be put there after heating it and covering it, and this is as a prototype we have made it. This can be made out of the waste material also. Means agricultural waste, what we are getting, bagasse. The bagasse can it be made using a binder material, and we can make an insulation. What is the science behind the saving the energy? It is a thermal conduction, convection, and radiation. All three forms of the energy losing to the atmosphere we are going to save with this method. It looks like it may take more time, but it is 26 minutes is not a more time. Pressure cooker, it may cook fast, but releasing the pressure, it will take a more time. It is almost equal, but we are saving so much of energy.
Yes, that's it.
Yeah.
Time's up.
Thank you.
So we are open to questions for the next 2 minutes. Jury?
Yes, tell me, sir. Right, sir. Okay, sir. 3%. It is evident here in the experiment, sir. Means, what is the reality? Yeah. So science behind that, I'm going to tell you. So water heating up to the 100 degrees centigrade, it will take a certain amount of the energy. That much of the energy itself is sufficient to cook the rice, provided that heat provided to that rice not to be wasted. So that is avoided with this method by replacing here. Once it start boiling, it is not, the rice is not ready. In open cooking vessel, if you put it still more time and energy, gas, it will take it. In pressure cooker, what will happen? After it started 100 degree, then only pressure will rise. Pressure to rise up to the 15 psi, time is needed, also temperature will rise. When temperature rises, it needs a more energy. So that time, that is evident from the experiment itself, it is taking a more time and more energy. It is a basic principle itself. Up to 100 degree centigrade heating, after that, to increase the pressure, definitely it will take a more time than this method.
Okay. We have one last question waiting from the audience.
Sir.
With that,
Sir, do you compare with the solar cooker?
Pardon me, sir?
Will you compare this with the solar cooker? Solar cooker.
Will you compare this to the solar?
Yes, in solar cooker also they are using a thermal insulation and using a solar energy.
No, solar energy they are using.
Yeah.
But there is no LPG gas and all that. Solar energy free of cost.
Yeah. Right.
Then it definitely is more energy efficient.
Yeah, right. What you are telling is right. But what we are using is not that, no? At present.
No. What we are using, don't say we are.
Okay.
I am using
Not
solar cooker
only
at
you,
home.
sir, we. I told we.
So that's what I'm telling you.
Right.
I am using solar cooker at home. But only drawback is it takes 2.5 hours.
If
That's
we
all.
use.
No problem. So when I go to home for 12 o'clock, my wife keeps at 9:30, 9 o'clock.
Sir, in solar also, if you concentrate, then you can cook it fast. Possible.
That is the next phase. But
Possible.
Solar cooker, fine. And the food, I tell you, so much flavor, you cannot imagine. You cannot imagine. And it is boiled at 65 degrees centigrade, 65 to 80 degrees centigrade. The cook, whatever the food they are keeping, it is boiled at 80 degrees centigrade. Here 100, 120, solar cooker 120 degrees. So all the vitamins are lost. But here solar cooker, every vitamin is left.
Means it is taking a more time. If we are
Yeah, I
cooking in
told
a
you.
70
I
degree,
told you
then
in the
it will
beginning.
reduce. 80, 100, 120 means in pressure cooker 9 minutes. Means if we go on increasing pressure and temperature, time will reduce.
No, I told you the solar
Yeah.
cooker problem is taking long time. That's all.
What
Thank
we
you.
have to use optimum one.
Thank you.
Also, what happens if it's not sunny? Then how does it cook? And if you don't want to go
10 months, 11 months. You got solar.
Next minute. Work on that.
Yes. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for those wonderful questions. And with that, thank you so much, team. Congratulations, sir. So up next, we have A to Z recyclers. I request you to please come forward. And the next team that's been shortlisted is DFIL. Team DFIL. Thank you so much.
One slide ತೋರಿಸಿ prototype ಇದೆಲ್ಲ ಬೇಡ ಇಷ್ಟೇ ಯಾರು ಪ್ರೆಸೆಂಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಸ್ಟಾರ್ಟ್ ಓಕೆ ಕತೆ ಮಾತಾಡ್ತಾರೆ ಗುಡ್ ಕ್ವೆಶ್ಚನ್ ಪೇಜ್ ಬೇಡ ನಮಗೆ ಜಸ್ಟ್ ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಪೇಜ್ ಇರಲಿ ಪ್ರೋಟೋಟೈಪ್ ಸಾಕು ನಾವೆಲ್ಲ ಹೇಳ್ತೀವಿ ಓಕೆ ಇಲ್ಲಿಗೆ ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ ಪೇಜ್ ಇದೇ ಬರಬೇಕು
When we refuse to reuse, it's the earth we will abuse. A very good afternoon to everyone present here. We are representing our company, A to Z Recyclers. We are a team of 5. I am Yasmin, this Sanjana, Abhishek, Shankar. So here, we are recycling e-waste with a process known as biometallurgy. We are making a model. This is our prototype basically. So this is our prototype, and inside this, the process going on is known as bio-leaching. So what this machine actually does is, we are using, see, basically when we get e-waste, we dismantle it. Dismantling happens at a basic level that even humans can do, and even some machines as well can do it. Later, when we actually further take the PCB boards, etc., to a further level, we use a lot of energy and power consumption to actually, separate all the copper, gold, aluminium from the PCB boards. There's a lot of amount of energy as well as power consumed in doing that. But in our process, what we have designed is, we are going to not use any energy, just a motor, and by the use of microorganisms, specific microorganisms, we are making the microorganisms eat the metals. We have specific microorganisms which will eat the metals, and later we are going to kill the microorganisms and extract the metals. So this is the basic prototype. Yeah.
Well, I will explain you how it works. Okay. So when I on this battery, like we can see the rotation of the motor and the fans. Let me explain you what happens. There is a hole over here. We used to collect the PCB board, and then we just powderize it. Like we just grind the PCB board and make it as a powder form, and then we just put it over here, and it is an inlet valve from which we are going to introduce our microorganisms, and the motor will be running for completely half an hour or more than 2 hours until the microorganisms consume all the metal. And as soon as they consume, automatically the liquid part will evaporate, and the microorganism come through the outlet, and the waste goes to another outlet. We have a special sieving process over there where only the microorganisms are taken out and the waste is taken out. After that. Okay. Like when we went to Yalanka, the basic dismantling of 80% dismantling took just some table like this. They just separated the aluminum, copper, and PCB boards. And the PCB board recycling took a very lot of space and lot of energy. We thought by decreasing that, like how can we, because those PCBs are not going to be recycled again or reused. So they are going to destroy and extract the metal. So why should we waste a lot of energy in extracting the metals? So I thought of we can use microorganisms, bacteria, fungus, so that the metals can be extracted easily, and it takes some time, but it doesn't consume a lot of energy.
And also for the safety purpose, we are not having these industries inside the city. We are going to place them outside the city just for some safety purpose. And also this is not introduced in India yet, but it's not introduced in the e-waste industry. But the mining industry, etc., use microorganisms in their processes. But then in the e-waste industry, this is not yet implemented. So we have this idea. Thank you so much. That's it. So as our prototype was just this much, we would like to come and just show it to you.
Also, if you have questions, you can please start asking.
Yeah, there is a microorganism called iodide oxidizing bacteria. It's a natural bacteria, but we are not going to select those bacteria because they are going to make us a lot of cost effective. So we need to extract gold. So we are directly going to Kolar, where we have the Kolar gold fields. Those microorganisms present in the soil, they are capable of consuming the gold in the soil. So we are going to naturally select the microorganism from a particular place, and then those microorganisms we are going to use. And definitely it's, yeah, of course, this is the basic for extraction of gold. There will be more than 4 or 5 cylinders. We'll collect the gold, aluminum, copper, and end part will be the plastic, which will be again melted and reused. Yeah, bacteria, those bacteria are of no use. We just take the bacteria out. No use matlab means they just consume the metal. Yeah, they just consume the. Yeah. They just consume the metal, nothing they're gonna do. Like, so they just wanna survive and produce more offsprings. So they consume the metal and they grow and they produce lot of offsprings. So we collect the microorganism at last, and then we just gonna put those microorganism in acid bath. When we put them in acid bath, all the bacteria gonna die, and the metal part is gonna left over, and that metal we are gonna use. Yeah, we are not going to select any genetically modified microorganism. But this is just a basic model. When we go through that, of course, we have to go. And I'm a biotechnologist.
Research on it. Even by selection of microorganisms, we have to select such microorganisms which is having, less, which takes less time to culture and will be having more lifespan. So that is one key point we have to keep in mind, and then we have to do a lot of research, and then the particular microorganisms we have to find out, like for which metal extracting it is used, and the model which we have shown, it's just a model of bioreactor. Okay, so this bioreactor can be used for extracting gold, aluminium and copper also, but the only thing is it depends on which microorganism. There is a particular microorganism for gold, and then when you insert that microorganism, gold will be extracted. So the same bioreactor will be using, one more bioreactor will be there, then we're going to insert one more kind of a microorganism which will extract only copper. So that is a different bioreactor again. So again, culturing of microorganism is done.
Yeah. And we are not going to genetically modify any microorganism. We are just going to collect it from the nature, from the soil. Yeah. Across the world, in foreign countries, using bioreactor for bioleaching is available. Like they are using that technology. In India, what we said is the first idea.
For e-waste, this is the first time we are going to use bioreactors.
And we all would have know the sewage treatment. There we use microorganisms. Yeah. Now, in this, we are going to select the microorganism which is no more going to produce any toxin, like which cannot produce and which is no more going to produce any toxin. So even though if the microorganism by mistakenly, accidentally, if they come out, they cannot live for more time because they will outside the nature, they are not going to get the nutrients for their survival. Inside the bioreactor, we are going to provide the nutrients. So when they come out, they are going to die, like they don't get the nutrients. And it's not like COVID virus or something, it's just a bacteria. It's not an COVID, it's an bacteria, it's not an virus. We are not going to use any acid, sir. That one, like we can use, we are not going to use the most powerful acid as well. We are going to use a normal HCl acid.
Sir, we are creating the industry also outside the city, so it wouldn't be any problem for disposal as well.
Sir, extraction of the metal from the microorganism is not, we are going to use only acid. Why I told acid is, it's the most fastest way so that we can kill the microorganism and extract the metal. Or else I can use the same method, like I'm not going to give them the enough nutrients and minerals so that they themselves going to die. And after that, the waste which is produced, we are going to extract the metal, and the carbon leftover can be used as plant bases.
We'll have to work on that, sir. We have to think about it.
Some other methods. Basically, we just
A to Z recyclers. Yes, ma'am. Yes. Okay. Okay.
Okay. Okay. Yes, yes, ma'am. Yes, sure, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am.
Actually, even I'm a biotechnology student. I'm doing my engineering. I know about the bioreactor, but I'm not as intelligent as you to know the different type of Okay, you are a scientist. Oh, got it.
Yeah, yeah. Outside the city, but in the industrial area. If they are more time. Yeah, yeah. Yes. In the industries only, we'll have such thing models and we'll implement these. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, team.
That was a great presentation.
Okay, up next we have team DPhil. DPhil, I kindly request you to come forward. And the next team that's been shortlisted is EcoFox. Team EcoFox. I hope you guys are still there because I don't see any reaction. Yeah. You guys should be happy. Come on, clap for yourselves. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Okay.
Yeah,
Yeah, this is it.
Let's start when you go.
Okay, that's your presentation, right?
Yeah.
You're not connected. How you go present that? Okay, we'll figure out. You start your presentation. Start.
Only 12.5% of e-waste is reaching the waste recyclers. So what is happening to the rest 87.5 e-waste? A significant amount of it is reaching into the landfills. These landfills contain this toxic elements which seeps into the soil, gets into the groundwater table and pollutes and in fact kills the ecosystem there. We call it the cancer cell for the planet. So we, Team DPhil, are here to solve this problem. We are making an autonomous bot which goes into the landfills, detects, collects e-waste, hazardous metals and metals from the landfills. So what happens in these landfills is that the present mechanism is people are using JCB and manual scavenging methods which are not very accurate, and the landfills are so huge that it is 50 acres, 500 acres, and the height of the waste which is piled up is very, very huge. So it is very hard for it to be manually collected. So this autonomous bot uses different mechanisms such as spectral analysis and camera sensor which uses machine learning algorithms to detect e-waste in it, collects it, segregates in the bot, and brings it back to the e-waste recyclers. Thank you. So we'll just show the prototype. So we have the forward conveyor belt, which, yes, sir, DPhil. So we have the forward conveyor belt which is used for collection of the e-waste. This is only put down when there is metal detected through X-ray methods and spectral analysis. We are using various other methods such as ground penetration radar and magnetometry to understand what is in the beneath layers of the landfills so that we understand where is the high amount of e-waste. So So this is the mechanism where e-waste is collected here, goes onto the first conveyor belt, then goes onto the second conveyor belt. In the second conveyor belt, there are various sensors which when detects e-waste, there is a servo motor which pushes e-waste into the container specifically present here. Why is this bot required? Why can't manual scavenging happen? The environment in landfills is extremely toxic. The people who get in there get such worse diseases, and it is not just, it doesn't end with them. It goes on, spreads up, and this is something we really need to solve. And there is a lot of e-waste present in the landfills, according to a lot of various research studies, and now we're open to questions.
So is it lifting all the waste or what?
No, sir. So over here in the front, we would be having X-ray sensor and spectral analysis, which only when detects metal e-waste, pulls the conveyor belt down. Once the conveyor belt is down, all the waste material which is in front is taken in, is passed on to the conveyor belt. And over here, when the sensor detects whether it's e-waste, hazardous metal, or any material, any metal which we specifically want to understand, it is pushed into the container which is collected over here, and the rest is put back into the waste. Yes, sir. Correct, sir. Because there is so much toxicity which is getting into the ground table and it is spreading. That ground table water is again being used for agriculture, and that poison is at the end of the day coming into our plates. Yes, sir. So I personally have worked on this project called Gigaton project, where we worked in landfills, where we processed waste, we composted it, where we segregated waste. So I understood what kind of environment the rack pickers or the domain experts who over there who face, what problems they face. So I believe that this is a very good, this could be a very good solution for them to easily segregate, collect e-waste, and to remove all the toxic material in the landfill. 100%, sir. We can do that. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Correct, sir. So what happens is that because we're using spectral analysis has the capacity to understand what material is there in it. Either it can be LDB, it can be high density plastic, it can be metal, it can be e-waste. So we can have different segregation method which can be collected and again processed later. Exactly, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. So for that, we will be using a drone wherein we will be having a complete graph and a map of the whole landfill. For that, we'll be using thermal imaging, X-ray, and basically we will be plotting the whole landfill over there. Using the GPS sensor over here, we will understand what all parts has been covered there, what is the kind of slope it has, and when the actual product will have tracks over here, because it is not possible for wheels to go into the waste. So we'll be having tracks here which goes into the waste, and we will analyze whatever area it has been covered in the landfill. Yes, sir. So that is the scalability aspect. We could use the same technology here. We could put it into a container. Whenever a container has to be thrown out, the same technology can be put into that. Whenever anything is being dumped, we could segregate at the spot before going to the landfills. This method is used to remove the waste which is already there. This technology can be implemented again so that no e-waste goes into the landfills. Yes, sir. So why we are doing that is to get the best accuracy. That is what we are trying to solve, sir. When there is manual intervention coming here, the accuracy is very low. Even if there is e-waste inside plastic cover, it is very hard to get that there is e-waste in that. So that is why we are using X-ray mechanism, spectral analysis, and computer vision, where we process the images using machine learning algorithm. We understand which is e-waste and which is not. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. This is just the prototype. The actual machine will be 3 times or 4 times of this, which will be having more mechanism. Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Yes, thank you so much, team. So up next we have team EcoFox. Yes, I think one of their teammates is there. Come, come. He was unwell and then he finally joined the team. Come first. Yes. Okay, EcoFox, I request you to come forward. And the 7th team that's been selected for the grand finale is Team Biofuel Futura. Team Biofuel Futura. Yes. Congratulations. Yes. And then we have the last team. I don't want to tell who is that, but then the team already knows it. But it's quite interesting that we have actually combined the 2 teams because they had a similar solution. And these 2 teams have agreed to combine and present their solution at the end. So that will be the 8th team for today. This one. Okay, this is Team EcoFox, and next will be Team Biofuel Futura.
So, hi everyone, good afternoon. We are Team EcoFox, myself Madhura, and this is my teammate Vaishali, and this is Dheeraj. We are from Yalanka branch, and we are students of BMSIT. So, we are here to present next-gen refrigeration and heating systems. Next slide. So what is our problem statement? We notice that the current technology, the current components we're using is comparatively expensive. We use compressors and in coolers, and we use inductive coils in heaters, which makes them expensive, and also it draws more current. And then that's all. It draws more current, and in present refrigeration system, we use toxic gases like CFCs and freons. So it's harmful for the nature. And also, it all works on complex mechanism. Like if we take refrigeration, it has evaporation cycle, condensation, and it has so many gadgets attached to it. We want to simplify it, and we want to provide a better and simplified mechanism, a simplified product. And we are here with it. I hand over to my teammate Dheeraj.
So we all know how refrigeration and heating systems are currently. So we either use, as my teammate said, conductors, or we use CFCs, and the compressor, decompressor, from vapor to liquid and liquid back to vapor. It's a lot of procedure, and there's a lot of concepts that are involved. But as you can see, our solution to it was the thermal coolers. So basically, these cooler modules draw very less current when compared to an inductor, or when compared to our normal refrigerators. And they're also not so bulky and such bulk systems where so many processes are involved, where if we see the bakery market which is there right now, they use either the heating and the cooling modules at the same time. So when you need heat and cold at the same time, we can use these. Even at our house, when a 2 kilowatt geyser would consume more power, this would just consume around 50 watts of power. So this is way more efficient when compared to our 2-watt geysers at home, our electric geysers. So, and also when we use refrigeration, we can control every single module of these, and we can get very accurate and precise temperature differences. And going to the next slide. So these are our prototype images. So basically, this comes as the heating and the cooling side. So there's one effect that here I would like to mention. It's called the Seebeck effect. So when we supply electricity to any conductor between a PN junction diode, it creates one side as a hot side and the other side becomes cold. So we can use this to create temperature difference, and we can cool and heat simultaneously. So this would be a game changer in the bakery industry, as well as in the industries where we can use pasteurization of milk, where we heat the milk at the top and suddenly we need to cool to pasteurize the milk. So we can use these modules, rather use all of those CFCs and other forms of inductors where it will take a lot of time to generate heat and cooling systems. And also they're bulkier and they're more expensive. Whereas these are compared, they're more reliable also, and they're made of metals. And they're not made of any other form like CFCs, or it's not dependent on any other form of harmful substances or any toxic substances. We are not using any coolants or any other let's say any other cooling systems or heating, as well as we use conductors like either it can be an inductive coil or a resistive coil to generate heat. So going to the next module. So as I said, our business canvas would be mostly all of these fast food industries and the bakery industry. So all of the fast food industry, when we go to a Pizza Hut or a McDonald's, we need a hot tea or we can ask for a hot coffee. And at the same time, we need Pepsi or like any other cool drinks that are cool. So we need cooling compartments as well as heating compartments at the same time. And also we can use this on a daily basis use. We can fix this in our house. And during the winter times, we can control the thermostat, changing it to, we can heat the room right now we are in. And then later when it's hot, like now when it's summer, we can change the polarities and we can change, we don't even have, it's not even a complex, so it's not a complex circuit. So basically we just have to change the polarity to change the temperature within a room or within a compartment. So yeah, any questions? Judges? Go to the first slide. Yes, sir. Next slide. Yes, sir. So the current system produces the CFCs and other. Sir? Sir? So see. Not sure relevant. But sir, as per your question related, CFC will... ozone layer depletion. But sir, CFCs will cause the ozone layer depletion, right? Yes, sir. This is the mod.
Sir, it's not NO, it's no.
It's no other.
Sir, we don't use any refrigerant.
No, sir. No, sir. Yes, sir. We'll show you the module.
While you get ready with your setup, I just wanted to make a few remarks. Okay, number one, you said you talked about PN junction. Seebeck-Peltier effect has nothing to do with PN junctions. Okay, yeah. Okay, that's number one. Number two, you were talking about geyser I mean, the amount of energy that is required to heat a certain amount of water from certain temperature to certain temperature, that you can't get with a 50 milliwatt Peltier sensor. So there were a lot of inaccuracies in what you said. I mean, the claims were all completely unscientific. I'm sorry to say that.
So,
Have you actually used
yes.
any of these devices?
I'll tell you. When we were designing the circuit, we specifically took the internal resistance into consideration, and then we built the whole. Yeah, and then I'll tell you when we came to that part. So we had to build one sensor which would sense when the it keeps like we're not constantly heating and we're not constantly cooling. So it happens when the temperature decreases, the Peltier module will get activated and then it starts to increase or decrease the temperature. So your question here is when suddenly if the fan or something stops running.
So let me retrace that. Okay, so first thing that you have been repeatedly saying PN junction,
Yeah.
and then you also say metal. So PN junction is semiconductors, not metal.
Yes.
And Peltier CBAK uses metal.
Yes.
So that's an inaccuracy. We
I-
are usually using PN junction.
I'll clear it.
And metals, which is so please read
So
up.
basically what happens is there's one metal layer
Yes.
and then there's another metal layer.
Correct.
In between that we have PN junctions.
No, that's what I'm telling you. Go read up. That's not correct. That's wrong. That's absolutely wrong. PN junction, PN junctions are when you have P-type and N-type semiconductors. That's a completely different thing from what you're saying. So go read up. Number one. Number two, you talked about Peltier sensor heating a geyser. Okay, so in a geyser, or when you are heating a certain amount of water, there is something called a specific heat capacity of the water, and or anything that you are heating up. There is a certain amount of heat that is needed to raise temperature from X to Y, or to cool, right? And we have to supply that much of heat.
Yes, sir.
And then using these tiny sensors, tiny things, you will not be able to replace a geyser, right? So that's another inaccurate claim. I mean, exaggerated claims. I mean, a series of exaggerated claims is what I find that borders on ethics. So please, that's in scientific, when you are doing this kind of work, please make sure you are very, very accurate.
I'll let you know. I'll come to that. So the maximum temperatures which it can handle is which it can generate at its max voltage is 138.
Yes, steam.
Yes, sir. So when we're using so it's basically attached to the tank which the water is stored.
Even if you put 100 of these sensors and 1 liter of water, it will take maybe a few days to raise its temperature by 10 degrees. Okay, so that's the amount of heat that it can generate, or that's the amount of cooling these devices can generate. So read up.
Sir.
Yes, sir. Team. Yes, I would like to interrupt, but we're up for the time. And thank you so much, sir, for those insights. But maybe, I would like to support my team because this was the thing that they came up with in just a 24 hours hackathon. So definitely, maybe you guys had to read a little bit up and come back. But for the amount of work that you've done in 24 hours, it's commendable. But maybe when you are presenting, you will have to read a little bit more. Thank you so much, sir, for those great insights that you've given. Maybe this will be something that you have to go back and check upon and not feel demotivated at this point. Yes. Yes, congratulations, team. You have done a great job. Yes. So up next we have the team Biofuel Futura. And we have one last team. And I request all the audience to be patient for next 20 minutes as we have two more presentations, and we'll go for a break and then we'll announce the winners of this Reimagine Waste Hackathon. Yes.
Good evening, everybody. I'm Dr. Shivaramya Pragati. I'm a pediatric homeopathic pediatrician. She's my colleague. She's doing her internship as my junior. So my topic that I'm intended to do is biofuel futura. So creating a fuel from a microalgae. So next slide, please. Okay, the problem is the cost of conventionally used fuel is increasing day by day. And the current stock of the conventionally used fuel is going to extinguish in upcoming 80 years. Then the second problem is we are thinking that e-vehicle as a solution because here there are some more additional problems are there. The resources that we are using for producing a lithium battery is more. What I'm trying to say is the 1 ton lithium needs 5 lakh gallon of water, and thereby we are India is not having lithium mines. We are importing lithium from other countries, and thereby we are exporting our virtual water to other countries. And the electricity that are produced by the fossil fuel combustion, and thereby also we are emitting greenhouse gases, and how it will be eco-friendly. So next slide. Then the total CO2 emission for the last 2021 to 22 was estimated 983 million. And while concerning with the Panchamita goals, that net zero carbon emission can be achieved in the year 2070. If you go to track that pathway, if we are going to track that pathway means we need to work upon a lot. Then the producing annually recurring quantity. So if you are going to create a biodiesel from other biodiesel raw materials such as palm or jatropha, we need to grow in a large scale. We need a lot of space. But in concerning with the microalgae, we need a very small amount of space, less space requirement. The process of distillation, fermentation, like sugarcane for creating bioethanol and all, we need sugarcane in a very high temperature. At that time also, we are composting fossil fuels, and that also emit greenhouse gases. Next solution is, next slide. Excuse me? Yeah. The cost of the raw material here is very minimal because algae content is a very less cost-effective one. Then the taxes we can avoid. Thereby we can reduce the cost of the output. Then the yield per acre is comparatively higher than the other biodiesel or biofuel making raw materials. Then the algal biomass can potentially make the use of some carbon dioxide. While growing, the algae absorbs the atmospheric carbon dioxide, and that can be used for its photosynthesis, and doesn't affect the environment. And we can use sewage water for growing algae. Then doubling time for the microalgae is very shorter. We can expect raw material growth in a very soon. Within a month, we can expect a large scaling up of raw materials. Next. So it's a clear-cut substitute for the vehicle engines, and we can expect a high performance of a working engine. And we can get a energy level recovery from the, for example, sugarcane-based bioethanol production. We can get higher energy level recovery when compared to the our biofuel from microalgae idea. Then the life cycle analysis completed by the Argonne National Laboratory found that emission of a greenhouse gases is very much reduced when we are using a biofuel. Next slide. So this is a prototype. For a laboratory purpose, I was extracting the oil. The process that I'm using is esterification and trans-esterification by using oxalate apparatus. We can use other methods like supercritical CO2 extractor and micro-cruise it, and other high-tech machineries are available that we can use. Next. So value proportion, the cost is very minimal here, and we can avoid the taxes also. And the greenhouse gases is very much reduced here, and the high-quality engine performance is assured here, and CO2 that are already surrounding in our environment, that can be utilized by these microalgae, and it can be converted into energy here. So let's land requirement. Next. Next slide. Yeah. These are all our business model. I want to emphasize our main thing is revenue. Upstream, midstream, and downstream revenue can be operated. Royalty revenue and resource rent tax can be attained. Then I'm going to use either B2B model or can be a B2C model also. Then market penetration strategy is a strategy I'm going to use here. And the key resources is strain storage, because we need lots of strains in the microalgae. You know very well about that. We need to store that. Then tubular photobioreactor. This will help to we can avoid the large space occupying. This will help to reduce the space. Then extracting machineries, refining, storage of the fuel, and transport by the market. These are all the main points that I want to emphasize. Next slide, please. Next, competitive advantage. These are all other biofuel generating companies. Why I'm different from others means I'm giving a raw material. I'm producing my own raw material in different culturing techniques that gives a cost-effective raw material. And these are all other fossil fuel generating companies. These are our direct competitors. If we can self-sustained with our biofuels means we doesn't need to depend upon the foreign oil. The import and export entire will change, and the economy of a country will get improved. Next. So I'm Dr. Shivaramya Pragati. I'm doing my post-graduation in pediatrics. I'm the founder and CEO of this company. I was just assume me as a founder of this company. I'm not registered. And this is Nagashweta. She's CEO of this company. And these are all my mentors. This is Dr. Chandraja, microbiologist, and Dr. Sugumaran, economist. Dr. Subramanian is an agro scientist. So that's it. That's it. Thank you all. So any questions? Okay, sir. We can start with the blending. Initially, we can start with the 20% blending. Then we can do. Yeah, yes, sir. Yeah, this algae can able to produce biohydrogen also. That is also comes one of our idea. Yeah. Yeah, sure, sir. Yeah, yes, sir. Yeah. We are welcoming hydrogen to our country. Next, any questions? Okay, thank you.
Thank you, team. So we have the last team. In fact, the last two teams that have been merged into one team because they almost had a similar idea. So we have Ms. Sairaj and Ignite togetherly presenting as Team Ignite as the 8th shortlisted team for the finale. In fact, these teams are from different centers, but they actually ended up doing the same idea.
Video and also I'm going to operate it. You're going to operate it.
Oh, you're from Chennai. What? The chicken roll guy.
Yes. See, worked out.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, you can take start the presentation. You will go start the remember the 3 minutes. 3 minutes.
Good afternoon, everyone. I know you guys have been here since last 1 hour. Please bear with me for another 10 minutes. So we are Team Ignite here to present the solution for the problem regarding e-waste management. I'm Tanmay, and these guys are my teammates. That's Sairaj, Srijini, Rimi, Surya, Vaishak, and Tanay. Sairaj is going to continue.
So as my friend said, bear another for 1 hour, right? So yeah, obviously it's meaningful because you have to bear more 10 minutes for a beautiful solution. So basically our problem statement is the lack of traceability in the e-waste market. And we all are basically the student member of IEEE too.
So basically, what's the problem? There is lack of transparency and even the data security to the consumers. It's lagging. If any app is invented or anything is happened, so you can see these things like no proper extraction of the valuable metals, like things. Now I will be going through the solutions. So what's the solution for these things? Now we are creating a user interface app. This app has many features. This app has a feature which makes a price comparison, bidding. Now, we use scrap collectors as our vendors. We are not destroying the employment of scrap collectors. Instead of that, we're combining all the scrap collectors in a one platform. Now, they are collecting the scrap from each house, from each organization, and then they are bringing to us. Now, to the consumer, we are providing transparency. Like any scrap collector, they go to the consumer. Now, for one phone, they will be getting 100 rupees. But through our app, the consumers will be getting a valid price for that phone. That is the transparency in that thing. And there are many metals like copper, gold, silver in one thing, like any metal. Now, in our country, like e-Parishara and all, there is no smelting hydrometallurgy technology. So the consumers will not be getting the exact price, but our app will be providing them the spatial price, whatever the goods is. Like spatially, the system is, we are making scrap collectors as vendors in our online platform. And we are going to generate certificates, especially for the rewards. Like if anyone wants to exchange the mobile phone, what they will do, like they will give us the scrap collectors, they will give the mobile phone to the scrap collectors. Now, that scrap collectors will be going to provide them rewards. That's it. Further, he will be explaining.
Yeah, I'll tell you what's the value proposition for the customer. The customer gets the appreciation certificate where he can use it to get a discount on the new electronic gadget device. And we are also providing the customer with the reward points, where the reward points can be converted into branded vouchers. And also we are introducing the referral codes. If his friend or if his friends use his referral code to sign up, he'll get more reward points.
Yeah, so now you have seen all the value proportion and all. So how our business work? So basically, once we get e-waste in our website, if it's in a working condition, we collect all the required electronic waste and then we sell it to the local vendors. If it's of no use, if it is of zero use, then we are going to tie up with IASC. They have come with a new recycling option where they are going to melt down all the waste and with the help of Team Mercury, and then they are going to grind it. And once we scale this business and once we get some electronic items, we also create our own website where we sell the electronic items. So in this way, we are going to
this is our business model basically. So first, how we are attracting the customers? We are basically attracting the customers by giving all those rewards. First of all, we are creating an awareness program where one has to register in our web page. So in that way, if one person refers to another friend, that if that friend comes and gives us a e-waste, he will get a cashback of 100 rupees. In the similar way, we are also giving discounts. And the third offer we are giving is that one lucky customer will get a new phone from our side. These things the customer will get from our side, where we generate a certificate, guarantee certificate from us. This is how our business work.
So I'll be explaining the prototype over here. So when we get into the prototype, this is the page we land in, and then we need to follow some registration. So this is a login page where we log in into the app, and then we get this home page. In this home page, we need to go to the sell scrap. So in the sell scrap, what we need to do, we need to upload the picture of the product. Now after uploading the picture, we need to select the vendors. The nearby vendors which will give the proper bidding of the product. We'll be selecting those vendors, and then we'll click the picture and we'll upload it. And it will give a 360 view of a picture where the vendors can see and take the products properly. And then we have the estimated team, and when we schedule the vendors timing, so it gives this page where it will be confirming that the vendors is confirmed and it's booked, and it will be coming on the scheduled time. And then the vendors rate. So this is basically a bidding site where you have to go and see every day the market rate. At today, like, okay, this is the market rate, and tomorrow it might be different. So it is a special feature we have in our app. And this is the vendor rate in the mixed waste, okay? And then if we go to the, again, this is the upcoming scheduled and the completed schedule part. And then if we go to the profile, here we'll be having the 3,000 rupees rewards. As explained by Surya, we will be having those rewards, and those rewards will be redeemed in the form of vouchers, rupees 200 or 300 rupees worth. And yeah. And again we come back, and then if the person doesn't exist, if it is the person is not registered, they can obviously sign in, and that is the vendor side again they get. And after the vendor side, they again follow the same procedure, and following the same procedure, the app is basically very user friendly, and the user can go into the app and just start using it automatically. And this is also the bidding sites where you will be getting the updates of everyday bids. And the profile, and yeah, that's it. Thank you.
Any questions? If anyone didn't get what actually the app is, some features and all, you can ask.
So beyond mobile,
Yeah.
good segment to start off with. This can be applied to any kind of waste, right?
Yeah, obviously any kind of waste.
And how do you make your money?
Yeah.
Spatially, like, see, the scrap collectors, they give it to vendors, and then after the vendors, they give it to like big aggregates like this. The main middle thing, that aggregate and big aggregate, they consume 40 to 45% of the margin, and through that margin, like vendors, like scrap collectors, they will be also getting profit, and we will be also getting profit, as well as the consumers will be getting profit.
Yeah, so basically we partner first, basic level, we are partnering with the local shops. Like if we have the motherboard in the working condition, we'll just give it to the local shop, and then we take the money out of it. If it's not in working condition, I mentioned before, IASC. So they are taking if it is in any condition. If it's dead also, they are gonna take it. So we are gonna go and talk with them, make some make some rate, and then we have to go. The third point is that if we scale this up, if we scale this business up, we are going to create our own website. There we are going to put all the products like motherboard, even the camera, everything there. And anyone, if you're staying in America or if you're staying in India also, you can come and register in our web page, and then you can buy it from our website. That's how we create our revenue. That's it.
I have a question. This whole model is based on bidding.
Yeah, first part, yeah.
So once you bid, you get a better price.
Yeah.
Once you get a higher price, the transparency and the rigor of each processing goes for a toss.
Yeah.
Is that okay with you?
See, if you are in Yalanka, suppose you are in Yalanka, now you will get 4 scrap collectors, like 4 vendors. Now you will see the price. You will upload a phone, anything. It can be phone, laptop, whatever e-waste you have. Just click it and give. Yeah.
The person who is taking it is going to cut the corners in terms of use processing. He will sell it to them informal. It's like OLX. You are talking about OLX. OLX. Is that what you are trying to do?
So, yeah.
Like OLX. You want
Yeah.
to build it like OLX.
Yeah, we are giving live camera.
If you want to get the best price, then informal waste recycling is the best option.
Okay.
Which is not good.
Here, what you have to understand, okay, basic principle, all these apps, all good for everything today, from Swiggy to Ola to Uber to everyone, they are talking about that. But what you have to understand is, when we talk about waste, what are the principles? Who can buy? Who cannot buy? That's what his question is. Because when you talk about transparency, it is not that I can give to a local maker or someone else. That is what OLX. OLX can sell anyone to anyone. Okay? So it may not be your house where it's selling. So you have to understand, when you do something, you have to clearly understand what is the regulations you have to make, who are the right partners you have to make, who cannot be sold, all that. You can make a better commercial, absolutely, but it should be to the right buyers.
So before we take the product,
Generally say I can give to any local guy come and
yeah, but before we take it, we are going to flash everything. We are going to remove data, everything. Then only we'll just take the product.
You don't understand that. Leave that. That is fine. You have to understand here. They are not talking about data sanity. No company will just give it to you. Maybe some people who doesn't understand data, they will give it. That's not the point. Where you are selling. That is what this question. Transparency comes. Who is buying? Who is selling? That you have to establish. It is a regulated market. It is not an unregulated market. Okay? So that is fine.
So the scrap collectors are collecting them, and then after they are selling it to us. Now we are giving it to factories and all. If we will get investment, then we will do by on these things. That is the thing. This app is so secure. You can go through the terms and conditions of this app. Like within 24 hours, you can get your scrap back also. Like if you have any confidential information in it.
Yeah, no, they are actually researching on this topic, where they are going to melt it down using that. For that, we are giving e-waste, basically. For that research, we are helping out by giving the...
Commercial is not possible.
Yeah, we thought one way of doing that, or else we have this other parts where we are doing all this. Yeah.
Okay.
So,
Thank you so much, team.
One more. Other than that, we have another feature. So yesterday we actually conducted a survey. So there basically we asked the question that people that what would be your curiosity that what's happening to your e-waste once it goes from your hand. Yeah, so our app will be keeping updated about the e-waste once it goes from the client's hand. What is happening to the e-waste? That all data will be updated on our app too.
Yes. Thank you so much, team. So with that, we have done with all our presentations for today, and we are waiting for our results. I have the results of the Morning Innovation Challenge, but we're waiting for the results from the jury of this presentation that happened so far. We'll all take a break. But for the students, you guys have your participation certificate, which will also be distributed after the winner announcement. So I kindly request you to stay back. And also bus facilities are available to all. Please board the buses and you can go back to your centers, keep the prototypes back in the center and go back home, okay? Bus facilities available to all the people present here. All the buses will take you back to the respective centers where you came from in the morning, and from there you can go back home, okay? Yeah, we can take a half an hour break and please come back by 4:55 p.m. for the winner announcement. And the winners of both these challenges will be given prizes tomorrow at a special location, which will also be revealed soon. Chandana. Is Chandana here? Yes, everyone. Thank you so much for coming back. In fact, staying for this late. I was not really confident that you guys would come back after giving a break. But thank you so much for coming. And finally, we have come to the last part of our Reimagine Waste hackathon. So I have the winners here with me in my hand. But before I announce the winners here today, kudos to all of you present in this room for the enormous effort you guys have put over the past 1 full week of Reimagine Waste, and the way you have all contributed in your way, and the way you all have contributed in bringing out innovations from the energy and e-waste segment. Definitely, we don't want these innovations that just came out to die today, but the program will support all the ideas that have come out of this hackathon through an extended mentoring program, which I have Gayatri with me, who will tell you more about how you can take these innovations forward and how we, as the organizers of Reimagine Waste program, will support you in taking this idea forward.
So guys, it's not over. This is the beginning. And I can't tell you, every time I do a hackathon, it surprises me and it sort of makes me so feel so thrilled that our young people, college-going students, come up with such ideas and solutions. Which, I mean, you are the future, really. I mean, with you guys, once you become empathetic to the problems, I think you can solve all the problems of this country and the world and the planet. So keep that empathy with you. That's the biggest takeaway. Got it? This is not just a hackathon to put in your CV and then say, you know, that you did this and you got a prize, you got a certificate. That's also important. But what is it important is that when you see a problem, you look at it as, oh, this is not my problem. None of my business. You don't look at it like that. You see it as, what can I do to solve this problem? Got it? So, based on that, so this is not the end, this is the beginning. So now I'm going to be announcing a 45-day challenge. Challenges never get over. 45-day challenge. All teams, prize winners, non-prize winners, selected, unselected, all are welcome to come and register for this. What's the aim of this 45 days? You have already come up with either a model or the beginning of a prototype. We would like you to take it further and refine it. Okay? That is one of the things. The other thing is build a pakka business model around this. Okay? And study the social impact on that and look at the validation of your solution through the stakeholders, whoever it is. Basically, these are the three, Srirama, things that we look at. So we will be very soon informing you all as to the date of the registration. And then we will have a preview wherein we will see how far you have progressed from the date of the hackathon to that point. We will advise you, there will be mentors again who will be helping you as to how you should take it forward, what are your problems and mistakes and all that, and how you should correct them. And then midway there is another review. And the end of the review, we will be looking at the solutions which we can incubate. And then, of course, the ball is in Hiteshi's court. She will be the one who will be looking at incubation. You can take it forward by incubating it, making it a startup and an enterprise, sustainable social enterprise. It's a career. You don't have to look for a job. You can give jobs. It's a career that you can look at. So please look at this 45-day challenge as a career building exercise. Okay? And then she will announce the prizes. We are not going to give the check with the prize money in it, okay? That amount which will be announced will be for you to develop the prototype further. And as you reach some milestones in the development of the prototype, we will be reimbursing you up to the level of the price that is being announced. Is that okay? So you can't take home the check and the money and have party at home. No partying. Okay? Got it? Any questions? No questions? Huh? No party, no questions. After the party, a lot of questions. Okay. Hiteshi, take over.
Yes, thank you so much. I hope you guys are excited, equally excited like how you were for this hackathon. I hope you guys are equally excited for the 45 days challenge. I know you guys did not give a shout out because you're partly sleepy, but I still feel satisfied that you guys are equally happy for the 45 days challenge as well. Yes? Yes, okay. Awesome then. So before I announce the winners, so we will have a photo session with all the winners here today, but also along with them, I also invite all the winners for a special occasion that's been organized by the KSPCV, Government of Karnataka at Jnanajyoti Sabhangana, Central College, Avarana, Aramane Raste, Bengaluru. So this is the place where you will be having the felicitation from the Honorable Chief Minister, Shri Siddaramaiah. So you will be receiving your certificates tomorrow, but definitely all the winners today will be receiving a token of gratitude from the organizing committee and a photo session. And for the rest of you, please feel free to also come and click pictures with us because I hope we have done, created a lot of memories in the 4 days of the hackathon as well. Okay, so moving forward, I have the winner list of both the programs with me. So before I announce, I would like to call all the juries onto the dais to hand over the mementos to the participants, in fact the winners. So I request all of you to please come forward to the dais. Okay, fine. Thank you. So, the winners of the Innovation Challenge. So, we had an Innovation Challenge conducted for, in energy and e-waste segment, wherein startups and student projects that were in the prototype stage, actually, a prototype to MVP stage had actually come forward and presented their ideas. So, from the energy segment, the second place is backed by Rakesh Kasaba, Muddy Hydro. So do we have Rakesh here with us? Okay, he's the one who, okay. So he actually I know that he actually left, but then I had to announce his results. So he actually bagged the second prize. He had to leave due to some personal reasons. But nevertheless, so the winners from the energy segment is Dr. Gurumurthy, that is Adindus Tech Private Limited. Congratulations to you, sir. Yes, I request the jury to please hand over the memento and also stand for a picture. And the winner of e-waste innovation challenge is global, that is Neha. Yes. I think from Global Institute of Technology, that is Neha. Yes, please come forward. Well, all of you will also be receiving a seed grant for your for supporting your project developments, which will also be revealed tomorrow at the awarding ceremony. It's for both the Innovation Challenge and the Hackathon. Yes, thank you so much. Yes. So before I actually move to the Reimagine Waste, the hackathon segment, we also have a special segment. I think the jury had a special request to the special mention that they also want one product to each one of them delivered. So the owner of this, the idea, please make sure that you deliver your product to each of these jury present here today. So they would be your first customers actually. So yeah, that's fair. So yeah, that is Aryabhata. So Aryabhata by Vidyadhar Gururam will be receiving a special mention for your idea. Yes. Moving to the most awaited results of the day. So, out of the 3 teams that had been shortlisted into the hackathon, we have selected one winner from the energy segment. That is Team Biofuel. Congratulations to the winner. Yeah, come on, huge round of applause to this team because they've made their way all the way to the top. In fact, the participant, they came all the way from Kanyakumari to participate in this hackathon. not to forget, we have special goodies from the Second Life, who have given us some amazing recycled goodies that has been also been given to our winners here today. Okay, so from the e-waste segment, we have shortlisted two winners. Two teams on the top. So the second place is backed by Renew Recyclers. And the winners of the e-waste category from the hackathon segment is A to Z. Congratulations to the winners, and in fact, all the winners and all the participants of the Reimagine Waste Hackathon. Yes. Yes. I request all the winners and to stay back for a picture, and also for one big group picture with all the participants with our team. But also we have some tokens given to our jury who have been evaluating all the ideas here today. Please give a huge round of applause to the jury for their effort in evaluating all your results all day long. And also, you guys, they are going to be here for some time post the event. You guys can please come and talk to these folks, because they all come from a great, huge experience from their respective domains. So please come, network with them, ask how you can take your ideas forward, ask. In fact, there were teams that they were ready to support as well. So please come forward, take their connections, and see how you can leverage this connect to take your ideas forward. Yes, I would like to hold you for some more time because we did have a lot of mentors who also came all the way to help our students across both the weekends in helping them building their ideas. So I also request all the mentors in the room to please come forward and collect this token of gratitude from the Reimagine Waste Hackathon. So I request all the mentors that are present here today to come forward. Yes. Yes, Vijay sir, please.
Ma'am, again, in the center, ma'am. In the center, please.
Yes. I also request all the volunteers who have been with us in organizing this big event to also come forward and collect your mementos. Volunteers, don't feel shy. You guys can just get up and come forward. And also to the volunteers from National College to also come forward and collect your this one. Please call all your friends. So if you have volunteers here with us, I request you all to please come forward and also collect your token, mementos. Yes. I remember some names, Gagan, Chandana, and also to... Hey, don't feel shy. If you're there, please come forward to all the volunteers from JP Nagar, Mysore Road, Banaswadi and Yelahanka. Please come forward. What do you... Please come forward. And also to the this one volunteers from National College. Thank you so much for joining us today and helping us in organizing this event. Also, if there are media team volunteers who are still seated and have not come forward, please come forward. You guys have helped us in capturing beautiful moments of this whole hackathon. So the media folks who are also a part of the volunteering team, I kindly request you all to come forward and join these members.
Go. In a continuous line you come.
We also have volunteers from National College as well. Do we have any volunteers left behind? Any volunteers who's still shy and sitting there? Amulya and Tasmia. Come. Come, Pascal. I request the team that won first prize in energy, e-waste. Yeah, I request Arul to come forward. Okay, you're only, sorry. I'm with Salma for a picture. Okay. So last but not the least, I would also like to invite the teams that were there at the Comet Cares Innovation Center to help you guys in building those unique ideas. So I'll call the center's folks, and I want you to give the huge shout out for your respective center teams who have helped you in building those solutions. Okay? Are you guys ready? Yes. So first up, can we have the JP Nagar team coming forward? We have Aftab, Beenu, Hari, and Nisarga.
I'll give it. Here, Aftab is here.
And next up, we have the Banaswadi team, that is Ashwini, Sanchit, Saida, and Nayan. Come on, huge shout out to this team as well.
Come back. ನೀ ಕೊಟ್ಟು ಮತ್ತೆ ವಾಪಸ್ ಬರಲ್ಲ ಹಿತೇಶಿ ಅವರೊಂದು ಡ್ರೆಸ್ ಅಲ್ಲದ್ರಿ ಅಲ್ಲಗ
Yes, we have the JP Nagar team. Please give a huge round of applause. All the JP Nagar folks, give a huge round of applause to your center team.
Come friend. Come friend, the light is hitting on your head.
Yeah, next up we have the Banaswadi team. That is, yes, Ashwini, Saida, Sanchit, and Nayan. Please come forward. Winners, yeah, and also the winners who would also like to join for a photo. Next up, we have the Mysore Road team, Stapley, Niveda, Saujanya, and Nisar. Yes, we have Niveda and Saujanya with us. Please come forward. Yeah, a huge round of applause to Niveda and Saujanya from the Mysore Center Comet Cares Innovation Hub. Please give a huge round of applause to this team. And definitely, I think we also had Sumesh as a part of this team. So if we also have Sumesh, please come forward. Sumesh and Tejas, they were also a part of the Mysore Center team. Sumesh and Tejas. Come. Go. Come. And Tejas, the guy who's been running all around in setting all this thing up. Do we still have Tejas or is he still running? Okay. Come on, a huge round of applause to this guy because he's been running around all the facilities that you have here today, from every certificate to everything that was arranged. Tejas had a huge, role to play in that. So thank you so much, Tejas. Yeah, next up we have the last center, that is the Yelahanka Center. Can we have the Yelahanka team coming forward? Hemant, Sayuj, Vaibhav and Pawan. Please come forward for your this one. And Gautam and Prakash sir, definitely. Please do come. Please come forward. Is that the only energy left? Come on, I mean, out of all the centers, I think the maximum energy actually was from the Yelahanka center. So please give a huge round. Pawan, even you are a... Ah. Hmm. Yes. Last, and then I would also like to call the media team for capturing all the beautiful moments of the complete reimagined waste hackathon led by Sujay, Sahana, and Shekhar. Please come forward. Please, media team. Yeah, Nive. You also. All your pictures that has been captured so far, that will be posted in the future, all have come from these people. So please do like and follow us on all our Instagram pages of Reimagine Waste, InUnity, and Comet Cares. And these are the creative minds behind all these pages. Sujay sir, I would also like you. See, it's on public demand. You have to go. Okay, last but not the least, to all the domain experts who actually came to all your centers and helped you figure out your ideas. Please put a huge round of applause to all the domain experts who have joined with us, with their entire family, and helped this, and who have also contributed in this hackathon. So can I have all the domain experts also coming in? Yes, please. ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಯು ಸೋ ಮಚ್ ನಿಮಗೆ 9th ಬಂದು ನಮ್ಮ ಎಲ್ಲ ಸೆಂಟರ್ಸ್ನ ಸ್ಟೂಡೆಂಟ್ಸಿಗೆ ಪ್ರಾಜೆಕ್ಟ್ಸ್ ಬಿಲ್ಡ್ ಮಾಡಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಹೆಲ್ಪ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಕ್ಕೆ ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಯು ಸೋ ಮಚ್. ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಯು ಟು ದ ಎಂಟೈರ್ ಕಮ್ಯುನಿಟಿ. ಎಸ್, ವಿ ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಮೋರ್ ಫೋಕ್ಸ್ ಕಮಿಂಗ್ ಇನ್. Okay, so with this, all the formal photo taking is all done. I would like to say not goodbye to you guys, because the journey does not stop here. This is one phase of your whole hackathon journey, and it continues with the next 45 days challenge. So keep in touch and do not stop with your... He has already gone.
A big round of applause to Hiteshi for working with us day and night. And also request Mr. Johnson to please come on stage.
with that, we are done with all the formal photo taking. Buses are also ready, but please don't run into your bus. We will take one big group photo with the entire Reimagine Waste 6 team. And with that, you guys can take pictures with anyone whom you want. And we will part ways for tomorrow. But definitely, this is not the end of your journey. We will stay in touch, and my entire team is going to get back to you, because all of you are nominated into the 45 days challenge. So please do continue your journey and do not stop your innovation journey here. So with that being said, I sign off for the day. Thank you so much. Bye. Yeah. All the participation certificates are also there. So when you walk out, please collect your participation certificate, and please form a group outside for one big group photo. Okay? Thank you so much.